Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome,
Hi, everyone.
Superintendent Garrett.
Hi, everyone. We're streaming on YouTube. And I think we have, I don't know what we need to do in regards to spotlighting. I'm gonna try and get this view. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hit the record button and welcome everyone, and then Jamar will take over, okay? Hit record now. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the last day of the annual Governor's Office of Disability Affairs Conference. Our first session is educating students who are deaf and blind, and we have a great panel. Before we start our first panel, just want to thank the staff in the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs who have stuck it out through the last day and put together such a great conference. And also want to thank all of our staff within the Governor's Office and Governor Edwards for his support. And our partner, Deaf Focus, who has provided exceptional interpreting throughout the conference, and our presenters who have all volunteered their time and talent and experience to make this conference what it is. And so I will now turn it over to attorney and director, Jamar Ernest, who will be the moderator for this panel.
Good morning, everyone. And Bambi, thank you for that kind and warm welcome. This is a very important panel that we're featuring, and the title is Education of Deaf and Blind Students. We have a very distinguished panel, so much so that I provided the link to their full bios and their history of serving the needs into the description of in the chat box of our Zoom hearing today. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce I'd like to introduce the panelists, starting with Dr. Ashley Argrave. Pardon me one moment, I apologize. Okay, thank y'all for your patience and sorry for the inconvenience. Dr. Ashley Argrave is an educator, audiologist, advocate, trainer, and consultant, and she provides direct services to students while also providing special education, supporting training and consulting, specializing in deaf and hard of hearing students. We have Ms. Jana Brousard, who is the director for the Louisiana Commission for the Deaf. We have Ms. Christina Foolks. She is serving in the Calcasieu Parish School Board Department as the head of the deaf and hard of hearing and visually impaired programs. We have Mr. Superintendent Ernest Garrett, who is also on path to be a doctor very soon, so that title is going to change. And he is the current superintendent of the Louisiana Special School District in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He also has a very distinguished past of serving the needs. So we want to encourage everybody to go check out the bios that's in the link. We have Dr. He's also on the path to get his doctorate. I don't know if he's still at it, Mr. Jimmy Gore. He's an advocate, teacher, inventor, author, community leader, and super proud father of two brilliant boys who are deaf. He was also featured in an earlier panel this week regarding accessibility for deaf and blind individuals. So thanks to Dr. Gore for participating once more. We also have Mr. Eric Guillory, who serves as an instructor at the Louisiana School for the Visually Impaired, and he is also a board member for, I believe, the Special School District in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So we want to welcome him. And we also have, a late addition to this panel, Mr. Taylor. I don't have your last name, so forgive me for not mentioning it, but that rounds out our very distinguished panel. And again, the bios for our panelists is in the chat box. This panel will be featured as a Q&A session. So we have some great questions that was presented, and we'd like to provide a few moments to kind of set some ground rules. Of course, if you have questions, please list them in the chat box, or if you're joining us via YouTube, please jot it down in the appropriate spot in the comments, and we will recognize you and you will get an opportunity to answer your question. And also you may raise your hand just if we somehow missed it. You may not be called on, but we will acknowledge your question. Okay, so let's get started. Do we have Jimmy Gore on with us?
Yes, this is Mr. Gore speaking. I'm here.
Okay, great. The first question goes to you. What is the importance of role models?
Hold for me. Okay, I'm ready. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. What is the importance of role models with respect to educating blind and deaf students?
Yes, to be honest with you, of course we need to have role model. For me, I've never taught a deafblind person myself. Perhaps other individual could answer that. But as for me, obviously, children need to have a role model who has, to be there as their teacher, as I have myself. And for deaf children, I can answer your question related to deaf children, but not related to deafblind.
Greatly appreciate that response. Did you have any more details in regards to your experience educating deaf students that you wanted to share in depth?
Yes, it's not simply teaching. Educating is not just teaching. It involves the entire school environment, the administrator, teachers, everyone who is part of the team is crucial. For example, social workers are required, and it's important to have a social worker. For example, I've worked with some in my classroom. I had children who had emotional disturbance, emotional issues, and they would be sent to the social worker. And it helps if the counselor, the social worker knew sign language, could communicate. It would be more efficient than if they didn't. There was difficulties communicating with that child and solving those problems. So it's a systemic issue. For example, I'm just giving you an example of a cake. You need to have specific ingredients to bake a cake. Every ingredient is important. If you miss one thing, if you're just missing the eggs, your cake is not going to rise properly, right? So it's the same thing in the school. You need to have all the experts in every field to make the teaching or educational experience successful. When it comes to deaf children, the education has to be visual. My research and my research obviously is still in progress, but it indicates that deaf children need to have visual education. The hearing education is substituted. For example, the English language, let's say you use the word "a dog runs." Oftentimes, deaf children will miss the word, the the word a, because it's not something that exists in their language. It's something that's common in the English language. So you have to substitute it with visual clues. So that's how I teach, basically, to be able to deliver the entirety of the information visually. Sometimes deaf children can be frustrated by not being able to pick out those important clues. But if you have a very skilled and talented teacher, they can accomplish that. Just having a teacher who's certified and who knows some sign language is not enough. They have to be excellent. They have to be the entire environment has to be strong enough so that the children can thrive in the environment, just like my two sons did.
Gore, thank you for sharing your perspective. It's definitely unique, and I think you have a unique position having two kids. And are they adults, or would you mind sharing their ages?
Yes, one is 31, one is 31 years old and graduate from college, and the other one is also recently graduated at 25. So yeah, 25 and 31 years old. They're doing well. They're having a great life. They're moving on with their life. I've watched them grow. Yeah, I'm very proud.
And that's evidence that your methods are very effective. And thank you for sharing that with our participants.
I would like to add one more thing. I've not only taught children here, but I've taught international students, foreign students, several times. I've had classrooms of about 20 students in the past, with coming from 7 different sign languages and backgrounds. And I had to teach them English based on 7 different backgrounds. So how do we present English? How do we teach them how to communicate effectively? Using movements and other methods, we were very successful.
Jamar, you're on mute.
I'm so sorry. I think that extra perspective really kind of brings it home that you've taught students from all walks of life, and especially from, people who aren't native to United States, and that's pretty awesome. I'd like to ask the same question to Mr. Guillory. Obviously, you have some experience in instruction. Sometimes the best education sometimes comes from outside of the classroom as well, from experiences. So, and again, Mr. Guillory, the question is, what is the importance of role models with respect to educating, in your position, blind and deaf students? And if you have experience with one or the other or both, please state just for the participants.
Certainly. Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to be with you this morning. And I, as someone who happens to be blind myself, and as someone who has been in our field for more than 20 years, I am honored to have taught students who happen to be blind or low vision, as well as students who are deaf blind. And as Mr. Gore said previously, every member of a student's educational team is so vitally important. Sometimes we don't think about folks who are providing related services, and of course, a student's first teachers, their parents, how important that is. And so having effective role models is so crucial, not only for the students and their educational progress, but also for the other members of a student's educational team. I have had so many parents in my career say, the fact that we saw you being successful really motivated us to advocate for our student. The fact that we saw that you could accomplish these things made us believe in the capability and the capacity of our child. And that is a very humbling, and it's just a very humbling thing to think about, because I'm nothing special. I'm someone who's an instructor who's trying to get students the skills and the high quality services they deserve. But absolutely, role models are so important across the educational team. And also with regard to students who happen to be deafblind, for instance, for them, communication can, of course, be a significant challenge. And so as someone who was fortunate because of role models in my own life to learn Braille at a very early age, I'm able to help students who are deafblind learn the Braille code and therefore become literate and become much more effective at communication. So role modeling is, of course, priceless. We cannot really quantify it. It's pivotally important. And I appreciate the attention this morning.
Appreciate having you, and every member of this panel is very important to where it brings awareness to the needs of our students in various systems. So as we know, we have representations from not only the Louisiana School for the Deaf and Visually Impaired, but through the public school system. So with that being said, I would like to get the perspective of Ms. Christa Foolks, if you're available. And again, the question is, what is the importance of role models with respect to educating blind and deaf students?
Good morning. Yes, having role models for our deaf and for our blind students are crucial. We have seen students, that haven't had much, that had many encounters, I should say, with other individuals with similar abilities. Okay, so we've had students that they may be the only deaf member in their whole town. And then we have some students that are the only blind member in their family and possibly their city. So for them to have access and for them to be able to communicate with someone that has similar background experiences, it's been a game changer for those students, because they see that, hey, there's someone that's like me. We're the same. I can be successful. I can do whatever it is that I want to do. I can go out and get a job. I can live independently. I don't have to stay at home with my parents or my aunt or my uncle for the rest of my life. Like, I can do whatever I want to do. And having that other person, that role model, sometimes, like I said, it's a life changer for them. I'll keep it short.
And we appreciate your contributions. So if the long answer is required, let us hear it. Okay, so I will direct this next question to someone who has experience dealing with the education of deaf and blind students on a daily basis. So the question that I want to ask Dr. Ernest Garrett will be, what are some approaches or strategies you use with deaf and hard of hearing students? And it could kind of be anything relative to their success or retention or otherwise.
Okay, so just to clarify the question that you're asking, you want me to identify strategies that I am using for the success of our scholars? Is that what you mean?
Yes, it can be more like long-term strategic goals that you implement in your school system, hands-on approach. So it's an open-ended abstract question that that kind of you can use to let us share some of your strategies for success in educating your students.
Okay, thank you. I'll try my best to answer the question. First of all, good morning to everyone on the panel and attendees. I'm happy to be here. To speak of successes and what works, I like to go back to what's important about this week. You know, July 26th is the 31st anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. When that act signed and was into law, I was 11. You can do the math to figure out how old I am today. So I'm using a combination of my life experience, my personal experience, but also my professional experience, and carrying that with me through this education process. So as a student myself with a disability, I have experiences, and then working in the field of education. And many of you on the panel have been in a classroom. And so I have also been in a classroom as a social worker, helping to break down barriers to accessing the curriculum through the social emotional standpoint. So I think it's critical. One thing that's important is we're talking about the strategies and meeting the child where they're at and identifying their strengths and using that as a platform for creating an appropriate plan for their success. Can we spotlight Superintendent, please? The interpreter does not need to be spotlighted, just Superintendent.
Hi, everyone. We're having issues with YouTube. So we're just not going to spotlight anyone so everyone can see everyone on the screen. YouTube is interpreted to just show the person who is speaking. And we definitely want the interpreter to be seen on our YouTube streaming. So we'll keep everyone on the screen for the YouTube screening, so the interpreter will be there.
Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and proceed. So as superintendent here now for Louisiana Special School District, I have encountered a unique opportunity in looking at my experience as a scholar and then as a leader in organizations, in particular in educational organizations. Previously, I was superintendent for another school for the deaf, and I was able to look at the school system at serving students who are deaf and hard of hearing and students also who are blind. And I've had a seat at the table. And when I arrived here, I had a unique opportunity to really delve into Louisiana Special School District and discern what special opportunities do we have to transform and elevate the system, to improve the system, to result in positive outcomes for students with disabilities. So that is where my work continues. I know that for students to be successful, we must have a system that is designed to fit and meet their needs. And so we use best practices in the field of education. And we also need to have competent and qualified leaders to provide direction and qualified teachers to provide instruction that fits in with the trends and needs for success in the workplace today. So that's part of my work and part of my challenge and my vision for the scholars. So one thing I can say is because of COVID, that exposed that there's so much work left to be done. In 31 years of ADA, there have been many amazing success stories. At the same time, there's more work to do. So I understand and appreciate identifying the solution for scholars with disabilities. Takes really a village. It really takes a village. And so we can't just do it as one person. That would be impossible. So one thing I emphasize with my team is I cannot do this alone. I need to partner with others. So we have the same thing in Department of Ed and other stakeholders and allies in the community all have to work together and create a system of support around our scholars. So as a deaf leader and a leader with a disability, I've identified through COVID that our scholars and their social emotional needs have been impacted through the pandemic and lack of access because of technology barriers and limitations. They've had communication and access to information barriers. So I just want to make it clear that the education inequities exist in virtual learning environments for some students with disabilities. And the last thing I want to say about that is I want to recognize that it's not a one size fits all. So how we approach education is not the thought that everyone has the same cookie cutter education. And so it's critical that we look at a student with a disability. We're providing a free and appropriate public education with the least restrictive environment. And so that's critical to remember. And so I appreciate this work and recognize that this work continues.
Great. And I just want to say, I've gotten to know you over the last couple of months, and I greatly appreciate what you bring to the table for the state and for the students, your outstanding leadership. We're glad to have you where you are in a position to serve our students.
Thank you.
So your resume speaks for itself, and as does the other panelists. So I want to direct this next question to Dr. Ashley Argrave. So we talked about the role of educators and strategies. So I want to kind of continue that discussion. And here's the question. How can we work together to ensure that more blind and deaf children have opportunities to receive an education that prepares them for high school graduation, education after high school, and are prepared for jobs of the 21st century?
Good morning. This is Ashley. Thanks for that question. I think that collaborating, as Mr. Garrett had said previously, is so important in that role. I think for myself, I work with many districts across the state in ensuring that all deaf and hard of hearing students have access to education. And so, in furthering that, I have been working with not just teachers, for example, having maybe a 1-week session with teachers and showing them strategies of how to improve visual education for their students, since I'm not there all the time, so working with districts and being able to be successful at that, but also allowing parents to be able to join in those sessions and having parents to see like, oh, this is a strategy that we can use. Recently, I had a student who is 3 and she's just learning sign. And so the student's goal was to try to make decisions and showing mom, okay, when you're making decisions, you have to have one decision over here and another decision over here so that there's space for deaf and hard of hearing students. And that was something that had never been shown to mom. And she's with the child all day long. So I think that, allowing parents and being able to share information in different areas. So having, speech therapists and audiologists and administrators also understanding the needs of those students, educating them, providing resources for them to also be able to give education to those students. So I just think that collaboration with everyone really leads to the success of those students.
Great. And I appreciate what you're saying in your comments. And can you, and also I just want to kind of ask a question. Can you tell me some or discuss if you have experience with ensuring that school boards on the local level are meeting needs and expectations? And if you have, can you share your experiences in working with them?
So I think it's important. I mean, I work with a lot of different districts, some that are doing things really well, some that still have room for improvement in areas. And I think it's important to go in as like a support system and not as like, you're doing this wrong, you know? Yeah. Everyone's learning. I'm still learning, and I was raised by 2 deaf parents my entire life. So I feel like as someone who is in this field with a master's in education and doctorate in audiology, that like I'm still learning. And so I think that it's necessary to give grace where needed, and that in moving forward, just continuing to show support. So as opposed to kind of going in and critiquing everything that school districts may be doing, offering support, saying like, hey, we notice that there's room for improvement in this area, and we actually have a training in these areas. Listening to school systems, I think, is really important. I've had, you know, a lot of issues with, say, the support staff on those districts not being fluent in sign language. So as opposed to of going in and just like, you know, critiquing everyone and their language skills, saying, hi, we're going to have an ASL improvement class for these people, or, you know, having a guide towards educators or geared towards raising their EIPA standards. So I think there's just a lot of opportunity to be able to support school systems and school districts in a, you know, collaborative, supportive way, as opposed to maybe a different approach.
Okay. I greatly appreciate that perspective. I want to direct our next question to Ms. Jana Brousard, who is the interim director for Louisiana Commission for the Deaf. And in doing so, I just want to really celebrate your, and I know your road to being included into the disability community is non-traditional. You have, you've learned sign language in elementary school after getting to know a classmate who was deaf, and you have a well-rounded experience through various roles that serving as an interpreter and through leadership in so many different capacities. So I want, as I say all that, I want to ask this question. What can be done to reach out to parents, families, in the blind and deaf communities to involve them more in education and support of blind and deaf children? And in your response, please tell us what works and what challenges you face.
Sure. Thank you, Jamar, for that introduction. Yes, my name is Jana. It is very interesting sometimes when I look back at, you know, I guess the course of events of life, you know, I always like to say, you know, God has a plan that we don't always know about, but, you know, to think just a conversation with a friend in 3rd grade, you know, of wanting to learn sign language would lead me to this position all these years later. But so thank you for that introduction. You know, I'm glad you asked that question because it really piggybacks a little bit on Dr. Argrave's answer, which is, you know, it is so important. We have a kind of an internal saying within the commission and then the broader Bureau of Family Health, which is help people do the right thing. You know, so I firmly believe that, you know, people aren't intentionally doing the wrong thing. I think they just don't know. You know, they don't know what to do and they don't know how to do it. And so that outreach, generally speaking, and education of individuals is so incredibly important. You know, establishing different events, a variety of events, you know, not things that are just kind of catered to this one particular topic, but ensuring that you have some sort of, you know, if you're looking at it from a school district standpoint, for example, even from a teacher standpoint, you know, that there are things that are going on that you can draw people into that they would be interested in coming and learning more about. going back again to what Dr. Argrave said, and doing it in a way that's collaborative and supportive, and not, you know, kind of negative and like, you need to come to this thing, right? Because you're doing it wrong. It's like, how can we work together to do the right thing for these students? I think one of the challenges for sure that we see a lot in the commission when it comes to outreach is basically, you know, where are the people? You know, just where are they and how do we find them? It's not like, you know, deaf or blind people are just signing their name up on a registry so that the whole state knows exactly where they live. You know, it would be nice if it was that easy and we knew exactly where to go, but especially in kind of your rural areas, you don't know. Are there students out there who are on an island? Are they isolated? You know, who are they and where are they and how can we reach them is probably one of the most challenging parts. But, you know, again, I think it's like being intentional about establishing events or something like that you can put out there via social media, email, you know, listservs, putting it on your website and just word of mouth, you know, that collaboration effort. We're all in this together. You know, it really is a small community, yet a large community sometimes when you really think about it. But, you know, sharing that information with each other with the intention of saying, you know, we want to include you. We want to help you. We, you know, even maybe not say help, but we want to include you and we want to make sure that we're all doing the right thing. And really the only way to achieve that is by doing it together. So yeah, I would definitely say outreaches, you know, intentional community outreaches is probably one of your best strategies at this point. And then now, because of COVID, with everything being virtual, you know, there's actually a benefit here of reaching people in areas that perhaps we haven't been able to before.
Great. Thank you for sharing that perspective. I want to ask if we have any one of our scholars that's currently enrolled in school participating on our panel. Taylor Franks, are you on with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. All right. Well, thank you, Taylor, for joining us. We certainly are grateful for your perspective, especially as a student, and we want to broaden our understanding more by having your perspective in this space. So I wanted to ask on behalf of our participants, kind of your thoughts on being ready to be, I guess, being prepared for job entry into the workforce, especially the jobs of the 21st century. In your opinion, do you feel prepared to enter in the workforce immediately after graduating? Or is there a certain point to where you may feel comfortable entering the workforce? Would you mind, I guess, expanding on that topic?
Yes, sir. So me personally, I believe that I was taught enough to be prepared. It's ironic that you asked me this question because I just got my first job. So I just got my first job and I believe that I'm pretty prepared for it because I had amazing role models like y'all had talked about at the beginning. I had amazing teachers. I had actually amazing students that have graduated before me to look up to, and also just had like a good education. And the O&M taught me a lot about advocating for myself and like just being out in the real world. For each person, it is different though. Some students might have to go to a place like in Reston or in Lafayette, that ABL. So it just depends on the person, but I personally believe that I was prepared enough, and I believe that if you are a visually impaired or hearing impaired individual, that it would benefit to go to a school like LSDVI, because they do prepare you a lot more and you get exposed to more of a like culture geared more towards your disabilities, and they also are like very geared to your needs as a person, and like they teach each student different.
Okay. And thank you, Taylor, for sharing that experience. And just know that the question relative to role models was specifically for you. I just wasn't sure that you were on or not, but I'm glad that you talked about it to the extent that if you wanted to expound more about the importance of role models, specifically to your situation, please share if you like.
Yeah, I had a lot of role models. Like, I have been at LSBI since I was in 3rd grade, and I'm a senior this year. So I've had a lot of people in and out, helping, but the superintendent Garrett, he's been a very good role model for me, because it really he talks to the students and treats them in a way that is very respectful and honorable, and he really respects and really thinks of the students on a higher level, and just he's a very good role model for me. And so most of the teachers have really prepared me, like my Braille teacher, she's really prepared me to go out to college next year. Also things like LRS are really like helpful for blind and deaf students that are about to graduate. And just there's a lot of, like I said, the teachers, the past students and students that are now attending LSDVI are very good role models for me and probably other students.
Great. And I would love to hear more about your plans next phase when you go to college. We love to feature you in our newsletter and share your success with our statewide community. And we thank you for participating in this conference. It's very important to have a youth perspective, especially in this space where we're discussing education. So thank you, and we value your input and everything you contributed to this panel. Of course, we may have another question for you if we have time. I want to direct this next question to Dr. Ernest Garrett. And it deals with the importance of diversity. So what are your, I'm sorry. What can be done to recruit and employ teachers, especially those from a multicultural background and with the lived experiences with a disability? In your response, please describe what works and what are the challenges.
Okay, I'm happy to provide a response for that question, tying into the question of role models as well. The benefit of having representation of people who look like the people they serve is important. Within special education, it's difficult to identify people who have specialist training and certification to meet the needs of the various needs of students. However, I'm not running away from any challenge. What I do is view an organization and a system and the culture of that system and see what are the hiring and retention practices embedded in that organization and what do they look like? And where do the opportunities exist to assess where that can be transformed to reflect the values of the organization? And so I use SSD as an example. I formerly worked for a special school district in St. Louis, the St. Louis County, and the culture, and learned the culture of that organization. And moving to Louisiana, I see the special school district here at the state level, and the culture is very interesting. Often, I find the representation in leadership matters, meaning leaders who reflect the population they serve often influences an organization to recruit and retain folks who serve the interest of the population. So I challenge my HR department to become more intentional in making sure that our hiring practices and processes are fair, balanced, and truly we try to recruit. And sometimes what that means is we need to be innovative in our outreach. We need to have a strong network. For example, I often mention CEASD, the Conference of Educational Administrators for Schools and Programs for the Deaf. And there are organizations like OSB, the Council, or COSB, the Council for Schools for the Blind. So there are pools and networks of talent that can help identify talent. Sometimes HR departments in general are looking for too general of a special education instructor, but we need specialists. And we need to take sometimes more personal approach to recruiting as well. At the end of the day, an organization needs talent to meet their goals. And I always have the standpoint of we are in the business of educating students with disabilities. And the end goal for that, the end goal is to make sure that we are graduating scholars who are ready to meet the challenges of the day. In the 21st century, we have sophisticated and technology savvy society. And what that means for those their needs are those with the skill set. Like Taylor mentioned, and that really was touching that she identified me as a role model. Thank you, Taylor. And the point of that, regardless, I may not be blind or have a visual impairment myself, I'm deaf, but we have a common disability experience. And for that purpose, what would it look like if our special school district signaled to the community and signals to the students that really, and really to the state as well, we welcome people with diversity, talents, cognitive abilities. We welcome you as long as you have the skill sets needed. And one last point about that, the other piece as well, in my experience, and I've been in several different organizations where people are hesitant to interact with me because I'm different. I need an interpreter or what have you. Exposure is so important. The more exposure people have, the less fear and intimidation people have. It's all about interacting, increasing access to people who may not look like you, may not think or feel like you, but that's all right. We're all members of the human race, and we need to reflect that in schools. When students graduate, they're ready to work in the workplace with whoever they encounter in life. So that's what I have to say.
Great, and it's a very important topic, and of course, like you said, it's very important for students to see their staff and administrators, people who look like them, to the extent that there's some diversity, because it's a bigger world out there. And I know that, for instance, Mr. Gore, who's from Boston, and he's a Celtic and Red Sox, and You're from St. Louis, and you've been around the country, and you've seen and interacted with different people from all walks of life. So I'm glad that you're bringing these experiences to Louisiana. What I want to do is give everyone the floor, all of our panelists, to ask, to answer this question. It's twofold. The question is, what do you want individuals to know about your experience? Whether you're deaf, whether you're blind, whether you're deaf-blind, or you're just an individual in the capacity serving the needs. And in answering, please provide some guidance or some perspective of what they can do to help advocate for the needs of, for the purposes of educating individuals who are blind or deaf-blind. And if you need me to repeat the question, I'll be more than happy to do so. Give me a chance to clean it up a little bit, actually.
This is Ashley. I'm happy to respond. So I hear a couple different questions in there. I just kind of wanted to like piggyback off of Mr. Garrett a minute ago, was talking about like just leadership and roles. And I know that I serve in a different capacity as Christa and lots of other people here in a mainstream setting, which would be, you know, students out in their regular school systems. And I think that it's important to take opportunities when you have those and make connections with other, you know, deaf or blind people out in the community so that they can come and speak to your students. For example, you know, this past summer, I had the opportunity to work with a class of kids in extended school year, and many of them probably had not met any deaf or hard of hearing adults or leaders. And so as someone who's a child of a deaf adult, I was able to bring my parents in, and they were able to do lessons and be role models for my students, as well as other deaf individuals who were business owners in our community. And those are just in like our community, like imagine, you know, expanding that out. And so it just, it like brightened up my students to like learn like, oh, same, like you could see them just become so inspired, as opposed to just myself teaching them, oh, hearing whose signs, and that's it. You know, like it was just a different connection. I think that's important for anyone out in a regular school system, to make sure that you're using those opportunities to expose those kids to other deaf leaders in the community. I'm not, I can't remember the rest of your question. It was so long.
The other part was, what could those individuals who you're sharing your perspective with can do to advocate and support the ongoing needs of educating students who are blind and deaf, or
Right.
blind, deaf, or deaf-blind, excuse me.
And that's a great question as far as advocacy. And I think that starts at an early age. For example, in some public school systems, say if like the interpreter is not going to be there that day, some districts have the tendency of kind of being like, oh, well, we don't need to get an interpreter. This kid's only 4. This kid's only 5, you know, like, and not thinking that that's an important part of their education. And I've had to kind of advocate for students this year and just letting them know, like, it's not just the fact that they have an interpreter. That is a huge part of it, but it's not just the fact that they have an interpreter. We are showing them right now that if an interpreter does not show up, that they need to ask for one, that they deserve one, and that they're, you know, they just, like that's part of who they are, like to the core, to be able to provide accessibility. And then so I think that's so important to advocate for those students and show them how to advocate for themselves at a young age, so that when they go through high school, they're able to advocate for themselves. And then hopefully through transition and out into the real world, you know, when they're approached in situations where they don't have access, that they're able to be great leaders like the ones here in our meeting, and they can advocate for themselves, whether it be having an interpreter at a doctor's appointment or whether it be at the Capitol, you know, in front of legislation, trying to get bills passed for accessibility.
That's very important that everyone participates in the session. It's a lot of things move and decided, and you know, I know Dr. Gore has been a mainstay at our legislative in legislative sessions. He has his hand up, so I'll respectfully give him the floor.
Okay. Oh, my turn. Yes. Right? Is it my turn?
Yes.
Yes, Jimmy speaking. Okay, sure. As I actually said, you know, 4-year-old child, not knowing about him. If you just leave that alone, so there's no interpreter. Let's reverse the situation. Let's say there's a group of deaf kids and the teacher's signing, and the hearing student is in that situation and they have a voice interpreter. Oh no, we don't need a voice interpreter. How would that child feel in that situation? They'd be lost. They'd be confused. They'd be stressed out, emotional. So it's very important to know that, for one. And recently, two students who graduated from Louisiana School for the Deaf presented, and it was absolutely chilling. I wish they would have been here to share their experiences. Having been in mainstream school for 6 years and then frustrated and then moving to LSD, the feeling of how their eyes were opened and how impactful it was that they got to see what they had lost from being in mainstream schools. Those are the voices we need to be listening to. Those are the experiences that have been through the situation and experienced the new environment. And, you know, those students were successful and they made the grades, and it's important. The schools in Louisiana, the center for resources and everything certified needs to be Louisiana School for the Deaf. It has been for many, many years, since 1908 or 1918, somewhere, but many years. They have years of experience, and the mainstream schools should be reaching them as the experts in the field. They should be reaching out to other schools, not just, you know, they need to be bringing their kids to the school environment so they can see the environment and everything. And often that doesn't happen. Mainstream kids just go through life not having any idea. They need to be able to see that what it is. And the students, those two students who graduated, their message was really powerful. If you can watch that video, it's very important to realize that public schools and Louisiana Deaf School for the Deaf need to be working together as opposed to having this barrier, because we do have deaf role models. And as Ernest said, you know, they're there. A lot of places they're not available. We need to find somewhere where there's a deaf person to work with as a role model. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Gore, for that perspective. And I have two comments. One, Mr. Landon, we believe something may be wrong with your microphone. The audio is coming out a bit choppy. Second, there's a question from one of our GACTA council members to ask, and anyone please feel free to take this question. Here's the question. Much of education research talks about kids needing to learn to read as early as possible. At what age/grade do most deaf-blind students typically learn to read? And how does that compare with regular ed students?
This is Eric. I can address that inquiry if it's all right.
Great.
So it really depends on the nature of an individual's deaf blindness. Like, for instance, in the case of Usher's syndrome, where an individual may experience hard of hearing or deafness far earlier than visual impairment, or visual impairment that is significant. So a lot of folks who are deafblind may learn to read print and use sign commensurate with their peers. But as vision progressively diminishes, that's when the challenges come in terms of learning Braille literacy and other blindness technologies that will allow for connectivity throughout life. And so for some of those learners, some of those scholars and students, literacy issues don't manifest themselves to a significant degree until perhaps the teenage years or into a person's 20s or 30s. But that's where proactive planning, that's where looking into a long range educational plan for those scholars is so important.
Great. And again, that was a question from the chat, and thank you, Eric, for responding. Are there any other questions that I may have missed? Individuals who are on YouTube or participants on the Zoom. If there are any, please let me know. Any GODA staff that's on right now, please intervene.
More. We had a comment from Tony Medlin, who said Baton Rouge Community College is instituting an ASL studies program and an agreement for transfer to a 4-year program. The classes begin the spring semester of 2022. And then someone from YouTube asked, can BRCC provide the information for registration to the attendees as well as the school systems? And I see Jana has her hand up to answer.
Sure, I'll take just a moment to answer as best as I can, at least. So the commission was made aware of Baton Rouge Community College and their desire to establish this 2-year ASL studies program. And as a matter of fact, the commission board is currently writing a letter of support to the Board of Regents to ensure that this program can get launched, with the hope that eventually it can move into perhaps a 4-year university with some, what we would like to see is the commission would definitely like to see with an emphasis on some interpreter training programs there. As far as the registration, unless I'm speaking out of turn, it is not until spring of 2022. So that's another year or so from now. I don't know if they have anything officially ready yet for someone to go into register or to look just yet. But if I'm wrong, please, by all means, if anyone who's watching could put some more information into the chat box.
I love that. That is, and I'd be interested in enrolling myself. That is awesome of BRCC. I'm an alumnus of BRCC. I'm proud to say that. So yeah, I will be happy to share any information once available. Bambi will agree in our newsletter to get that word out. And also another shameless plug. Of course, we want to extend all of our panelists. As you know, we have GACTA, the Governor's Advisory Council on Disability Affairs, to participate in our education, accessibility committees, subcommittees, and any other committees that they feel compelled to participate on to help move things forward as we're still here under the administration of John Bell Edwards. So that information will always be seen on our website and on our newsletters and from our email traffic. So please put your email in our listserv on the governor's webpage so you get access to our newsletters if you haven't already. It looks like we've reached our time for this conference, for this panel. I want to thank everybody who participated and all of our distinguished panelists who have provided some really great information for this very important topic that should continue to occur. And of course, we want to ensure that everything that we talked about continues to be made known, the importance of awareness. And again, everything that we talked about in our GACTA meetings is of big relevance to this panel session. So again, thank you. Our next session, Building Accessibility, will begin promptly at 10:30, and it will feature Ms. Michelle Bishop, Torry Rocca, and Maria Town. So we have a very good distinguished panel there. So we encourage you to stick around, and we will go offline for about 25 minutes. Again, thank y'all, and we hope that y'all can continue to participate in this conference.
Thank you, Jamar, and thank you all of the panelists. Just if I can give a little bit of information about the recording of our conference, because I think there's many people here who are deaf and may need ASL interpreting to access our recordings. We are posting online the full day recording of our conference, which that includes just as you're seeing it on YouTube with the interpreter. Unfortunately, probably from my lack of technical knowledge, our recordings from Zoom as individual sessions are not always showing the interpreter. So there's two versions of every session that's posted on YouTube. And the full day has the interpreter. The other one may or may not, depending on my technological challenges. Just want to give that information out to everyone, and we'll share that in the written information we send out to all the people who registered. So thank you guys. Our next session starts at 10:30, and thanks to Jamar for moderating this great panel.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Gore. Y'all have a great day. Thank you.
Hi, Marie, Michelle, and Torry.
Hey, can you hear me?
Can hear you and I can see you. Just wanted to
Great.
see if y'all wanted to check out your mic and your video.
Sounds good.
I see you, Maria.
Hi.
Hi, how are you, Maria?
Good. How are you, Bambi?
Good, good.
Good.
Hi, y'all. I'm here too.
Great.
Good, yeah. Good to see you again. Maria, I heard you on a podcast a couple weeks ago. Disability
You did?
Matters.
Oh, Joyce Bender's show? Yeah.
Yeah, I listened to it. So it was a great podcast. So good work
Was
that
it
you're doing.
with Kelly Buckland?
Yes, it was. It was a really good podcast.
That's so awesome. Thank you for telling me.
When I heard, I was like, I told Lynn, I said, you have a good person on the panel. But you're really doing a lot of good work around voting. So, well, do you guys have a PowerPoint?
I do
Or
not
need to share the screen for anything?
Nope.
Okay.
My sort of thought was that it was going to be a panel discussion where we're asking questions or discuss topics. I don't know if somebody's moderating or asking questions or what. Lillian did send questions
Right.
out a couple of weeks back.
Yes. Hello.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
can you guys hear me?
Lillian, are you speaking?
Hear you.
No.
Okay, cool. So yes, there will be no PowerPoints for the presentation, but it will rather be structured like a panel discussion. And so we have some formatted questions, but we also will be taking questions from the audience as we go.
Great. Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna have to get my internet, all these devices disconnected from my Wi-Fi. Yeah, I was asking just because they're streaming on YouTube. So the best way for a panel discussion is we'll just have everyone's camera on as well as the interpreter. And that way everyone can see the speakers and the interpreters. So we don't need any spotlighting or anything. So
Sounds good.
that's it. And great panel and great moderator. So, well, I'll just get everybody can turn off their videos if you want right now, and I'll get back on at about 5, 6, 7 minutes, and we can kick it off.
Great.
Hi, everyone. We'll get started in just a couple minutes. If all of our panelists and interpreters can turn on their cameras. Okay, we just need all of the panelists to turn on cameras. Okay, looks like we have everyone. I'll go ahead and stop the share. And I think we're ready to go. I'm going to hit the record button and then we'll start the session. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the second session of the last day of the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs Conference. This session is on voting accessibility. We have a very distinguished panel, which is going to be moderated by Lillian Dejean from the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to you, Lillian. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for tuning in on our panel on voting accessibility. This is a really exciting panel that we have today with some amazing panelists. And so first off, I would like to have everyone introduce themselves. Torry, would you like to go first?
Sure. My name is Torry Rocca. I am the Director of Public Policy and Community Engagement for Disability Rights Louisiana. We are the state's federally mandated protection and advocacy agency for individuals with disabilities.
Thanks, Torry. Michelle, what about you?
Hi, everyone. This is Michelle Bishop. I'm with the National Disability Rights Network. We're based in Washington, D.C. I'm actually in my office in D.C. for first time in a while, but we are actually the National Membership Association for organizations like Torry's that exist in every state, the District of Columbia, and each of the 5 territories, as well as a 57th in the Southwest that represents Native Americans with disabilities. I am our voter access and engagement manager, so my work is entirely focused on working on access to the vote at the national level, looking at federal policy, as well as supporting the work that our member organizations are doing in their states.
Thank you, Michelle. And last but not least, Maria.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, Lillian. My name is Maria Town. I serve as the president and CEO of the American Association of People with Disabilities. We are a national civil rights organization led by people with disabilities that looks at the cross-disability community and works towards advancing the political and economic empowerment of all 61 million disabled people across the country. And importantly, I am from Louisiana. I grew up in Baton Rouge and Hammond, so I'm very excited to be here today with all of you.
Thank you so much. We're excited to have you all on the panel. I just wanted to give a little bit of background on how this panel came about. So earlier in the year, GODA actually developed a voting accessibility policy proposal, and this led us into a bunch of research about voting accessibility and what it looks like across the country. And it quickly became apparent to us that each state has drastically different approaches to voting accessibility, and voting accessibility can look different for everyone depending on where you're at and what your disability is. So before we get into a conversation about what voting accessibility looks like nationally and across the country, I'm going to ask Torry to give us a bit of a perspective on what the landscape of voting accessibility looks like here in Louisiana currently.
It's interesting for a broad brush perspective. The state does actually have a number of programs that try to help people with disabilities and try to help make polling places more accessible. They could use tweaking. They could use work in some ways because they require proof of disability that could be a bit cumbersome to get. But we do have an automatic absentee ballot program that people with disabilities can sign up for, where they can either get one absentee ballot and vote absentee one time, or automatically be on the absentee ballot list for just all time until they don't want to be anymore or don't return a ballot. So that's a positive thing. We do have early voting, which is for everybody, of course, but it can make things more accessible. We are using sort of old voting machines. They're probably, I don't know if I say they're obsolete, but we do use an AVC voting machine, an electronic voting machine that was that they began acquiring back in about 2006. So getting a little long in the tooth, about probably time to upgrade, but still. We haven't had a lot of direct concerns about the machines themselves or complaints not being functional, but it's 15 years for an electronic system. So that probably is about time to start working on it. And they sort of have been working on it and are supposed to have been working on it, but they've been a little late in actually getting the voting machines that they're supposed to be getting here. What else? There are policies that allow people with disabilities or visible disabilities to go to the front of the line if they show up at a polling place. So that's positive. And we operate a polling place inspection program that I run, and it was being run before I showed up at the organization. And I guess some of the things we find at polling places, and it really varies from parish to parish. In terms of accessibility issues that we can find here, one of the more common things you'll find is parking, accessible parking not being designated. Surprisingly, still, I had a recent place I was inspecting. Actually, backing up a little bit, several years back, my organization brought litigation against Jefferson Parish for a number of polling places having accessibility issues. We decided to follow up on those polling places last year. Actually, and part of it was because with COVID raging around the country, we decided to temporarily suspend our broad-based polling place inspection program, just because we didn't want to be sending people into hazardous situations where they could be exposed to disease or expose others. So we had a more limited program where we went and re-inspected polling places that were the subject of litigation against Jefferson Parish and a settlement. Found a lot of them were actually in compliance, but some weren't. And one of them was one I had to go back to multiple times. Fortunately, I found a good parish attorney to work with on this, but it was just a public school that just didn't have accessible parking for people with disabilities at the polling place. And they did have a lot on site that did have accessible parking in it, but that was fenced off. It was actually a separate parking lot from the parking area where people would park to vote, and it was fenced off by a chain link fence, and there was no accessibility. And we had to go back and try a few times and repeatedly contact the parish attorney, repeatedly contact others just to get them to finally designate an accessible parking space. So we've seen parking being one of the more common issues at polling places in terms of accessibility, and it's a pretty easy remedy. I mean, it can be done on a temporary basis, just on voting day. Should be done on a permanent basis, but it's a very cheap remedy that you can do with a sign and some cones essentially, and just demarcate a space. Also, signage can be an issue. There are a lot of times there's just simply a lack of signage that indicates to people that where an accessible entrance is, where a ramp is. And we found that most places that have stairs, not all, but most places that have stairs do have a ramp that's accessible, but sometimes there's just no signage telling people where it is. So little things like that can, they're obviously very cheap fixes that can be done, even in a very short period of time, can have a big impact. We also find accessibility depends on, in part upon, where you are in terms of how old your community is. A community using older buildings is going to have more accessibility problems. We find more, say, in Orleans Parish, and we hate to focus so much on Orleans Parish, but it's a larger parish, and and our main office is located here. We do find more issues in older buildings in Orleans Parish, say, than in newer buildings in this parish or in other parishes that have developed recent decades, like Jefferson Parish. We'll find a lot of old buildings that are being used, ramps that are too steep, maybe a door that opens over a ramp and opens out over the ramp. The door is very heavy, and it would be just virtually impossible for somebody using a wheelchair to get into the building. So we find things like that. Those tend to be in older buildings, or in parishes more so with older buildings, less than new ones. And also we found that one of the bigger issues we encounter is not just accessibility issues at the polling place. It is just getting people to polling places in the first place. Transportation is a big issue here. In fact, when we run a voter hotline on election day, we operate a hotline so people can call in if they encounter accessibility issues. The first one I ran, we were fortunate enough to get some local media coverage on it. So we got a decent number of calls from people, which is a bad thing and a good thing, of course. But the most frequent issue is people just wanting to get to the polling place and needing help. And that's a whole broad issue to discuss. It's just getting people to polling places in accessible transportation. So there's a lot of work to be done there in Louisiana.
Well, thank you for such a thorough explanation of what voting accessibility looks like here. So now we have a bit of reference to understand what we're working with nationally. So I want to move into our first question regarding what are some of the greatest barriers to accessibility across the country? And I wanted to first start out with one that Torry mentioned, the proof of disability. And would anyone like to speak on perhaps why that may be a problem or a barrier to some individuals?
Sure. Torry, go ahead, please.
Michelle, go on, please.
I was just going to say that I think that a lot of times people think of these types of things as easy to get. Anytime we're talking about any type of proof of disability requirement, stricter voter ID requirements, anyone who has that on hand thinks, I have this, everyone has this, it's really easy to get. And that's just not true for everyone. Right, especially when we talk about proof of disability requirements, and you have to get somewhere to get this, right? But Torry was just talking about it's difficult for people just to get to the polls. So it's not necessarily easy for everyone to get to the doctor's office or wherever they have to go to get this kind of documentation, especially when we start talking about more rural areas where it could be somewhere that's quite far from your home. There's not necessarily a public transit system or any sort of accessible transit system to get you there if you're someone who doesn't drive. So a lot of times these things that some of us think is being really easy to acquire actually can be quite a barrier.
And this is Maria, just to add, there's also a cost. To get that documentation of disability, you may have to pay to go see your doctor to get those forms signed. And essentially it's a different, it's a poll tax in another form. And especially when we think about the very high rates of poverty that people with disabilities experience. Disability and poverty go hand in hand. Any additional expense to do something like register to vote or be able to access an absentee ballot could really harm someone.
And Maria's right. Requiring a doctor's note or some kind of doctor's diagnosis, that's a big problem. And you see that occasionally. We saw that last year in the COVID balloting, or the COVID ballot in Louisiana, which an issue was requiring a doctor's certification, which of course is a cost for a lot of people. Not to mention the transportation issues to a doctor, to the cost of getting one, the time involved. One of the first things I saw that really indicated why some of the certification requirements or ID requirements can be a problem. It was the very first voter hotline I ran after I started working here, which was a wife just calling up, and she wanted to help her husband if she wanted to provide him assistance in voting on election day. And he had just recently had a heart issue that left him with mobility problems. So he didn't have documentation because it was just in the previous few weeks. So, and of course, when you have some serious health issue like that, your first thought is not I need to get certification so I can go and vote with assistance, or I need to get certification so I can take advantage of whatever disability voting programs we have in my state. You're dealing with a health issue, and the woman called me up on election day, wanting to be able to go to the polling place and help her husband, and wondering if she was even allowed to, and they didn't have documentation. I just told them, even though technically you need documentation, so I told them, go to the polling place and try to vote, and if they say no, we'll figure it out. But that can be an issue because some people just don't have the time to get it, and of course aren't thinking about that when they have a health issue. That's not their first thought.
May not even have health insurance.
Exactly.
Just going to the doctor, not even the physical act of getting there, but being able to afford to go to the doctor, like Maria was talking about with the poll tax, is still a barrier for a lot of people. We've come a long way, but there are still people who are uninsured or underinsured, for whom that's actually a really big ask. And I'm just not sure what it gets us, especially when we talk about doctor's notes or proof of a disability. For what exactly, right? We see this come up in a lot of states around voting by mail, absentee voting, your remote voting options. Well, if there's 10 different reasons I can choose to vote absentee and only one of them requires me to get a doctor's note, then I can just pick another reason, right? So what exactly are we preventing by having one method that requires you to jump through extra hoops just to be able to cast your ballot? So I'm just not even always sure what purpose those things serve.
And this is Maria, just to make sure to take this broader point, we know that people can become disabled at any point in time. And so, the day before the election, you could get into an accident, as Troy was mentioning, you could have a heart problem. You're not going to have time to get that doctor's certification before you need to go vote. And since voting periods are often during very restrictive times, there's not a lot of flexibility for someone to say, oh, I may need to change the method by which I'm planning on voting. So yeah, to Michelle's point, why are we doing this?
And I think you bring up a really good point about how health issues can happen pretty sporadically. I mean, I know that if I were in the hospital for a heart attack, I'm not going to be thinking about, oh, well, I need to get proof of my disability from my doctor to vote. That's not on the top of the totem pole for me. And another issue, I think, that hasn't been brought up yet about the proof of disability is specific to the rare disease communities. So in some instances, it can take up to 7 to 10 years to get a proper diagnosis from a specialist, and your illness may be invisible. So these people can't access accommodations, but yet disability is still there. So I appreciate everyone's perspective on the proof of disability. And I would also really like to talk about the guardianship laws that may prevent some people from voting. Would anyone like to expand on that?
Actually, on my end, you cut out a little bit when you said what type of laws. Could you repeat that, please?
Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, so the guardianship laws that may prevent some people from voting. And if anyone would like to expand on that and what they are and how they may prevent people from voting, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I'm happy to get us started. So in the majority of states, in 30-something states, there is some type of law on the books that can restrict your right to vote based on voter competency, as it is sometimes called. Can't find a better term that's less offensive. So voter competency, as it were, which is usually done through the guardianship process, right? If you have, let's say the most typical situation being that there's a family where a person with a disability is going to turn 18 and they're concerned about helping that family member manage their finances and make healthcare decisions and those sorts of things as they become an adult. Often family members will have a guardianship established as a way of being able to provide those supports. It's somewhat of a dated model of doing this. There are better emerging models like supported decision making that give people the supports they need without removing their rights. Guardianship is really a way of kind of taking away someone's rights and assigning them to somebody else who will make their decisions for them. So even just kind of on the surface, guardianship is probably a questionable practice at this point, especially when we look at taking away voting rights. based on guardianship, because what we're essentially saying is, because you need a little help managing your finances or making healthcare decisions, you can't cast a responsible vote. To which I say, if that were true, then probably none of us should be voting, because we could all use a little help with something, right? It's basically based on sort of this outdated prejudice against people with very particular types of disabilities that experience a lot of stigma. People with developmental and intellectual disabilities, people with mental illness, autistic people, that they are childlike or unintelligent or not in touch with reality, or for whatever reason can't make an informed decision about who they want to vote for, which, if you know enough people with disabilities, you know simply isn't true. It just isn't true. People understand what their vote means, and they have their reasons for why they're voting for who they're voting for. Whether or not they're voting in their own best interests is probably nobody's business, because we don't really question people who don't have disabilities on that. But we have these laws on the books where people are losing so many of their rights, and including their right to vote. And as you can probably tell just from my getting us started explaining what it is, I find it archaic. And I find it extremely problematic, especially when we're talking about taking away other rights from a person. It's not lost on me that if the finale to that is taking away their right to vote, we take away their opportunity to change the system that's stripping of their rights in the first place. Let the people vote. I want to see these laws changed. I want to see them taken off the books in every state that currently has these laws.
If I can speak a little to Louisiana. So Louisiana, in Louisiana, guardianship is referred to as interdiction. There is both full and limited. Unfortunately, in full interdiction, as is the case in a lot of states, people essentially just lose all of their rights, and they're assigned to somebody else, and they lose their right to vote. What's also troubling and problematic is that in limited interdiction in Louisiana, it's not entirely clear whether or not people still retain their right to vote. So it puts us in a spot where people call and are asking for advice, and if they have a limited interdiction and say they want to take part in a disability voting program, I've advised somebody, don't let them know, or don't use the fact that you have a limited interdiction to try and get in the disability program, because that could raise a question about whether or not you're even allowed to vote, because currently it's a gray area. So, and we're not giving them advice that's illegal. We're saying don't let them know, because this could trigger other questions that could actually impede your right to vote, because it's a gray area under Louisiana law right now with limited interdiction. And even our person who knows more about interdiction in our office than anybody else, will tell you this is a gray area. We don't know. Fortunately, as Michelle mentioned, more states are adopting supported decision-making. Louisiana just did that about a year ago, or a little over a year ago. And that will be very helpful in keeping people with a less restrictive option than full interdiction or the gray area of limited interdiction to retain their rights. But it is very sad, and we do see sometimes it feels like a rubber stamp process on interdiction. And in fact, right now, one of our attorneys, our specialist in this area, is working against one of the hospital systems in the state, one of the larger ones that you all know, that is simply has some patients. It has just been moving towards guardianship towards patients. The hospital actually has, so it can discharge patients with that and have somebody take care of them. It's been moving, and we believe in unnecessarily, to have multiple patients interdicted. Just to remove them from the hospital, which of course, in a full interdiction, strips away all their rights, and just have some random person they don't even know appointed as their guardian to take care of their affairs. And that's happening with the hospital system in the state, and it can be a very scarily rubber stamped process sometimes.
This is Maria. I'll just add that, like voting, guardianship can really differ state by state. And so I'm glad that Torry brought up the specifics to Louisiana. One of the things that I want to encourage everybody to do, because we all have, we all know people in different states. If you're talking with folks who may be under a guardianship in a different state, please encourage them to look up the rules that exist in their local areas. AAPD, the American Association of People with Disabilities, and the Bergeron Center for Mental Health Law have developed resources that go through the guardianship and voting rules within each state. AAPD has state-by-state guides that look at each state and their various provisions related to voters with disabilities. So, can I get assistance when going to the polls? Right? How does guardianship work in this state? So, I'll include links to these resources in the chat so you can check them out. But again, these systems that are state by state really can have a lot of variance, as we've seen here. And just one of the things that I always like to bring up when we talk about guardianship is also voting rights for people who are formerly incarcerated or who have a felony conviction, because this is another area where many people with disabilities, primarily people with disabilities of color, are stripped of their voting rights. We know that the vast majority of folks in our jails and prisons are disabled people, and there's a real interaction that happens, for example, when people are experiencing a mental health disability. Our criminal justice system is often used as a method of intervention instead of things like community health supports. And so voting rights for people who are formerly incarcerated is a disability rights issue, and it is an issue we have to think about when talking about the disability vote.
The last thing I just want to mention, if I can quickly, on the guardianship piece is that there's also another great resource out there. They're not on today, but Autistic Self-Advocacy Network created an easy read guide. Maria's right. We worked with Bergeron Center for Mental Health Law on a guide that's fantastic and really comprehensive, and also has a lot of legalese in it because these laws are confusing and complex. So ASAN created an easy read guide that's really intended for people with disabilities to look at, to know what their rights are and how to prepare for something like a guardianship proceeding where you could potentially lose your right to vote, to help protect it or to help you get it back if you lose it. And of course, always, the organizations in our network in every state are also prepared, like Torry said, to help you look at it and figure out what's going on because it's so complex. So don't ever hesitate to call a disability rights organization for guidance there.
Thank you guys for your perspectives on this. One thing that I do want to mention is we did get a request from the audience to mute yourselves if you're not speaking, just because of background noise. And secondly, before we move on, we do have a question in the chat that says, can the panelists talk about elderly and nursing home facilities as it relates to voting suppression or voting rights?
I can tell you this is something I'm very worried about. This is something I am profoundly worried about. Always to an extent, but I think 2020 really highlighted the extent to which your access to the vote, if you live in a long-term care facility, is really tenuous. There are so many parts of the country where we rely on elections officials coming into facilities to make sure people are able to vote who weren't allowed in. Because of COVID restrictions, right? Understandably, these kinds of facilities had to close their doors and to protect their residents from the pandemic, or the extent to which we rely on family members, which is maybe even a little worse, right? Because then we're really not doing anything to help provide access to these folks and assuming that they have some sort of support system in place to help them do this. And those friends and family weren't able to come in. And so really in 2020, it fell very much to people who run nursing homes and long-term care facilities. Now, there's some great guidance from Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services that says they have a very real obligation to do that. But I'm sure that the staff of nursing homes and other types of facilities are already overworked and were, I'm sure, quite overwhelmed in 2020. And so throwing one more thing on their plate is a really big deal, but it's also a big deal for the residents who might not get to vote otherwise. And we did hear some stories from voters who, and I don't think I heard any from Louisiana, but I know I heard some from Florida, who were told that if they left to go vote, they would have to quarantine somewhere for 2 weeks before they came back. Now, I don't know about you, but I assume someone who lives in a nursing home lives there because they don't have somewhere else they could go live for 2 weeks at a time, right? And so voters kind of had to make that choice between being able to cast your vote and being able to come home at the end of the day. So I think 2020 really shined a spotlight on how important this issue is, and that I don't know if we've done a good job of figuring it out. I know in non-COVID times, it's also in some states and jurisdictions common for places like nursing homes to serve as polling places, which I do think is a great idea. Your average nursing home is probably a little more accessible than a lot of other locations that are available to you. And then all the residents who live there just have to go to the lobby or the community room or whatever it is to be able to cast their ballots. But once again, that was something that was taken away during COVID. So I think we relied a lot on some systems for providing access for those voters that were maybe a little more tenuous than we realized. I think if we really, really maybe enhanced our remote voting options, that could serve those voters well, but I'm interested to hear what the other panelists think too.
This is Maria. A common experience for individuals in nursing homes, long-term care facilities, and other congregate settings is that they are not allowed to access information on their own terms. They may be restricted in terms of their access to a computer, a phone, a smartphone, or even news publications. And so when we think about the whole process of voting, not only the act of voting itself, but reading up on candidates, reading up on ballot measures and issues, and being able to understand what's on the ballot before you actually make your choice, that whole process can be encumbered when someone is institutionalized. And so in addition to what Michelle was saying, and in making sure that we actually have the infrastructure, both the equipment and methods and people in place to make sure folks can cast their ballots, we actually need to examine the culture of these congregate settings overall to make sure that people can access accurate information so they can make informed choices when they go to vote. And I'll let Torry take it from here.
I think Michelle and Maria have covered the voting issues pretty well for nursing homes. My organization's approach has been a little different. We have been working a lot to try to keep people out of nursing homes in the first place. Louisiana, unfortunately, has been going in the wrong direction for a while on the percentage of people who are being cared for in nursing homes who really could be cared for in their homes. This has been an issue that I spent a lot of my time working on. It's not just a voting issue. It's more broad. We try to get people care in their homes instead of being moved into a nursing home before they have to. Now, many people will at some point need the level of care that can be provided in a nursing home, but many people in our state right now are going into nursing homes unnecessarily when they just need some mild assistance at home. They might need assistance with dressing, bathing, cooking, something like that can be done very cheaply, actually, compared to being in a nursing home in the setting they want to be in a setting that is far less restrictive for all aspects of their life, including voting. And we have spent a lot of effort, we continue to, trying to get people, first of all, not put into nursing homes. We have been advocating for more funding of waiver slots to actually keep people to fill the waiver slots. We've loved that, to open waiver slots for people who are waiting for them, and to get people out of nursing homes who are in there. Are at least several hundred people in the state right now who are in nursing homes who are trying to get a waiver and get out of nursing homes. And we're trying to advocate for people to be in their homes instead of in nursing homes so they can be less restricted in every aspect of their life.
That's so true and amazing. I think that we talked about guardianship laws and we talked about nursing homes and long-term care facilities, and they both create barriers to accessing the vote. And probably the best way to fix that would be to stop relying on both of them so heavily for people with disabilities. We just don't have to use them as extensively as we do. And then it has the added bonus of also not being a barrier to voting. So.
And I'll just add, and jails and prisons, so you can rely on them less too.
Absolutely. And I want to just point out a comment that we have in our YouTube chat from an individual who, I think this is a story about whenever he went to vote, she, I think meaning the poll worker, led us to the voting machine and opened two of them simultaneously. She asked us one at a time how we were voting and marked the ballot. we heard how each other voted, and anyone who was in with hearing range heard as well, which obviously is horrific, but we also know that this is likely happening across the country and many different scenarios to many different people. I also want to point out that Maria did put the resources in the chat. So if the GODA staff could transfer that to the YouTube chat as well, that would be fantastic. I'm sure we could fill this whole session on barriers to voting and the problems that people with disabilities face, but we're also reaching our halfway point. So I kind of want to shift our focus to some of the different ways that people are trying to make voting more accessible for individuals with disabilities. So in your guys' perspective, what are some of the really outstanding efforts towards voting accessibility that you guys have observed in different parts of the country?
That's a good question. I think for me, it's always about providing options for voters. I think what works, I mean, y'all know disability, right? Every disability is different, and no two people who have the same disability even experience it in the same way. So what makes it work for you isn't necessarily what makes the system work well for someone else. And that's just talking about disability. I think that's true for all voters, right? Whether or not it's going on election day or during an early voting period or voting by mail, what works for me may not be what works for someone else. I think having a menu of options for voters so they can figure out how to make it work best for them and ensure they can cast their ballots is always the way to go. I like some of the things that I think we have used in more limited capacity that we expanded in 2020 that I think were really helpful. We saw, not in all places, but in some places we saw expanded use of curbside voting, where you can have that ballot brought out to you if you can't get inside. That's usually an accommodation for disability because polling places are not fully accessible. We used it a lot more in 2020 for people who are immunocompromised to limit their exposure. If you were really smart, you used it all over the state so that people who tested positive for COVID-19 after the deadline to apply for a mailed ballot could stay in their cars and not infect a lot of people. I think that even when we think about curbside voting in terms of this polling place is not accessible, you know what? There are some people with disabilities for whom getting in and out of the car is a challenge. Standing for any length of time, walking any amount of distance is going to be a challenge, and curbside voting is going to benefit them. I love drop boxes. I voted by drop box in 2020. I will say they were not all accessible. Shout out to our elections officials all over the country who worked really hard on the fly to make the election work under really difficult circumstances, but well-designed, accessible drop boxes in good locations give voters so many options. I saw Maria raising her hand. She can't stand in line, right? You know, I voted by Dropbox and I was in and out in 10 minutes when the line was actually 3 hours long during early voting in Northern Virginia. So anything like that, I think we should expand our vote by mail and remote voting options. I don't think you should have to have an excuse to vote that way if that's what's going to work for you. I think you should have options in terms of how you receive it. Is it going to be mailed to you? Is it going to be sent to you electronically? What's going to be more accessible for you? So just that whole range of options, as well as having an early voting period so I can find, you know, a day that works for me or whoever's going to come assist me or whatever my transit options are.
And Michelle raises a good point. I mean, some of the things that have been done in recent years to expand voting access, early voting, for example, no reason absentee, have been done with little or no thought for individuals with disabilities, but have actually benefited them. So some of just the broader voting changes that have been done for everybody have actually been disproportionately beneficial to people with disabilities. Also, Michelle mentioned things like curbside voting. Curbside voting, it's interesting because it's something that, in principle, we support. But it's also something that has this other side where we have concerns about it. And a lot of people in the disability community have concerns about it because, as Michelle pointed out, part of the reason for having it is that polling places may not be accessible. And what you don't want is to expand it such that elections officials say, okay, now we have this, now we don't need to make polling places accessible. You want people to have options, but you also want people to be able to access all the options just as anybody else would. So you want to make sure that if somebody does care to go inside of the polling place and vote for the same experience that everybody else has who goes inside of the polling place and vote, that they aren't restricted to being outside and kept out of the polling place because elections officials say, well, this is our cheap, easy, low cost option to deal with this problem instead of really fixing it. So it's a good tool, something we like, but we always have trepidation about being too enthusiastic about it because we don't want it to substitute actual accessibility.
Oh my gosh, agree on all points, agree. And also, you made such an important point that I just want to stress really quick that you want to have options for voters, but every option has to be accessible. You can't say our polling places are inaccessible so you can vote by mail, or we didn't bother to make our vote by mail accessible so you can vote in person. That just doesn't work, and that's really honestly not how federal access law works. Every option really has to be fully accessible.
This is Maria. I agree with everything that's been said. Another tactic that's used to expand voting in the disability community is automatic voter registration. You know, if somebody is getting their license, if somebody is signing up for state services, let's get them registered to vote at the same time. Having voter registration happen in multiple ways, just like we're talking about voting itself happening, having a menu of options to register to vote in the first place, can also be really, really helpful. I also just want to highlight that the disability community, in addition to pushing for greater and more accessible options to vote, is also engaged in a lot of advocacy right now across the country to make sure existing options aren't further restricted. And we're seeing that in a lot of states. Alabama has a ban now on curbside voting. In Georgia, they have a new state law that criminalizes giving water to people who are in line. Same thing in Texas, they've criminalized assisting disabled voters. And so there's a lot of organizing happening in the disability community across the country to make sure that we don't go back and get more restrictive voting options. And I want to highlight that that's just as important in making sure we're investing in new and more accessible options as well.
And just to follow up on all that, one of the things we're seeing that's, I think, positive is people are trying to provide more transportation options for disabilities. We're seeing perhaps in Louisiana, regional transit authorities maybe offering free rides to the polls. We're seeing people sometimes offering free cab service or free ride shares to the polls. Those are positive developments, but they still have a long way to go. Obviously, with ride share issues, most vehicles using ride shares are not accessible. That's a big problem. This is why my organization, even though we have a PAVA grant to fund stuff, we haven't contracted with a rideshare company like Uber or Lyft because we will not set up a program unless we can provide service to everybody. We would never want somebody to call up and need a ride and say, sorry, we can't help you because we can't provide accessible transportation. So it's a positive development that people are providing free or low-cost rides to polling places through services like that, but there's still a lot of work to be done because a lot of these things aren't accessible. With local paratransit, they have vehicles, it's good, but it's not convenient. I mean, often you can't just call up your local RTA and get a paratransit vehicle to show up like an Uber or a Lyft, and in a reasonable amount of time. Sometimes it has to be scheduled a day in advance, multiple days in advance. With the state of mass transit in this country, they don't always show up. So it's just you can schedule something and they might not show up, which it extends beyond voting, of course, to medical appointments. It's a big problem. So positive developments that people are recognizing the problem and trying to create some solutions to it. But I still feel that it's in its early stages and pretty clunky and has some big holes in it because it really needs to be more accessible and more reliable and more prompt and more convenient. So people can just say, again, so like anybody else, I can just decide on an early voting day, I want to go and vote today and go to the polls. For somebody with a disability, it would be good if they could actually call up their local RTA and about as conveniently as an Uber schedule, a paratransit vehicle to show up and help them out on an early voting day. We aren't there yet. People are, I mean, at least not in Louisiana and most of the country likely. But people are starting to recognize the problem, starting to work on that. That's positive. That's a positive development, but it's going to take, you know, at least years to make this system good enough to where you're kind of satisfied with it.
I think it's really interesting that whenever asked about outstanding, efforts to improve accessibility, all of you guys basically said, let's just retain what we have. I mean, I know that we have really great technology that's emerging, but I think one of the things about the disability community is exactly what you guys are talking about, how while we are fighting for advancement on one hand, we are also constantly fighting just to retain what we have. These very basic voting options where we want accessible polling places, or like Torry mentioned, transportation, reliable transportation to voting places. And these are the very basic necessities to cast your ballot. And I think it's interesting that Maria brought up the varying legislation across the country, because I know that we had a piece of legislation proposed here that would prohibit the use of ballot drop boxes. Thankfully, it failed, but it was still proposed, and that was really concerning. So just retaining that right to vote seems to be a universal struggle for us, right? So what can everyday people do to help retain this accessibility and also push it forward? What are some tangible advocacy actions that they can do?
There are, I mean, I feel like I talk so much when we're coming up on an election about hotlines you can call, right? There's so many hotlines you can call and report things that you see. And the reason we stress that so much is because we often find that people with disabilities don't call. Even the big hotlines like 866 Our Vote, the election protection hotline, we often find that if people with disabilities can in some way cast their ballot, they're like, all right, job done. And the poll workers were really nice about it, even though the poll workers actually violated your rights in like 10 different ways in the process, right? So like just call, call and report whatever you see that's not right. I mean, sometimes we'll get calls. I actually work the election protection hotlines on election day. We'll get calls from people who saw something. Okay, I can think of a really specific one, actually. There was a polling place where there actually was an accessible entrance, but nobody knew it was there and it wasn't set up. And so you had to park and go up a grassy hillside to get into the polling place. And a gentleman in a wheelchair showed up to vote, and the poll worker's solution were to carry him up a grassy hillside in his wheelchair, which everyone knows is incredibly dangerous, right? And if you're an elections official watching, it's also a lawsuit waiting to happen. So you definitely don't want your poll workers to do that. The person who called it in was an able-bodied person in line who was like, that seems wrong. And so it's like, we need people with disabilities to do that. Like, it's not just that you got to cast your ballot. It's not just that the poll workers were really apologetic and nice about it. If you see something that's inaccessible, you see something that violates the law, you see something that could have prevented or made it very difficult for you to cast your ballot, we need to know about those things. We get so much information. You've heard us reference, a voter went through this, a voter went through that. That's how we get so much of our information to be able to go and advocate so that doesn't happen next time. But we need to know what's happening.
I think it's a really interesting point that you bring up, how people don't report it. Even though it's so important, I can almost understand why they wouldn't, just because we do have to fight for so many services, just basic necessities, or like SSI or services from state organizations, that it's like, you get to a point of exhaustion that it's like, is it really that big of a deal that they denied my right to vote? If they were really nice about it and really nice to me, I guess it's okay. So there is a question in the chat that I think probably Torry can speak to. Are there any laws in Louisiana that inadvertently restrict accessibility to voting for Louisiana citizens with disabilities?
Well, I mean, I think we go back to the law requiring a doctor's certification for at least if you wanted to vote on, if I recall correctly, if you say you're homebound and want to vote absentee, the first time you vote on the program saying you're homebound and want to vote absentee, you either have to show up in person or have a doctor's certification of that you are homebound. That's a problem. I'm sure their reasoning, they would say, would be to prevent voter fraud or on this, or fraudulent use of this program. But you having to show up in person is a problem. And if you're homebound, of course, having to go to a doctor is challenging because you're homebound. So I didn't even know if that answers the question, because the question was inadvertently, I believe, that it's almost hard to say that's inadvertent, because it's pretty obviously a problem. So that is, yeah. So a lot of it, I think, would still revolve around certification. We had a bizarre one that's been around for a while, that it's not actually voting, but it's being a polling place watcher. You were in a meeting recently, Lillian, where I mentioned this. So one of the voting bills that was in the legislature this year and was vetoed, it appeared to reference old language in existing state law, and also reference the state law by statute in the bill. And it was creating polling place watchers at early voting polling places. And it referenced an existing state law that said that anybody who is receiving, anybody who's eligible to receive assistance in voting at a polling place is not eligible to serve as a polling place watcher. So we caught the language in the bill. We got the senator who chaired the committee, was very accommodating and removed the language that was in the bill. And then the legislation was vetoed anyway. But that language was drawn from existing state law that just shouldn't be there. It clearly violates people's rights. And if you look at the list of people who are eligible to receive assistance in voting in Louisiana, it's people with a variety of disabilities, it's veterans with disabilities, it's people who are receiving veterans benefits for veterans with disabilities. It's a fairly extensive list and a broad range of people with disabilities. Wouldn't be eligible to serve as polling place watchers and under that legislation and under the existing law. So it's something that I just became aware of during this legislative session when somebody flagged the language in the bill from this year, and then we looked into the existing law, and it's there. Something we'd like to change. It's not preventing people from voting, but it's preventing people from serving as polling place watchers simply based on disability status, which clearly violates statutory and constitutional civil rights.
And this is Maria. This is actually a kind of opposite side of the coin. Didn't Louisiana just pass a law that expanded early voting hours? Oh, Torry, you're on mute.
I thought I unmuted. So early voting hours were expanded under the COVID voting program. That did happen last year, but people want to repeal that.
HB 286, I think that passed in the state house. I'm just not sure where it landed. Bambi, thank you.
Yeah, it passed, but that is just for presidential primaries. That will basically what happened under COVID for this presidential primary is going to be applied in all future presidential primaries, not all elections.
Okay. But to me, that opens up a door, right? Or it's like a crack in the door for further advocacy to expand early voting for every election that happens in the state. So just flagging that there's some opportunities there to increase access to the polls for disabled voters in Louisiana.
Okay, this made me think of two really important things that people can do, like you asked. One is advocate. Tell your story. As if you're a person with a disability and you've experienced any barriers voting, tell your story. Because what we're talking about now is that laws get proposed that are going to impact our access, and the people who write these laws aren't necessarily thinking about that. So make them think about it, right? When you see something like this proposed, tell them how this would impact your access to the vote, so that it's something that's being considered when these types of things are being drafted and debated. And the other is be a poll worker. Be a poll worker. Voting is great, but be a poll worker. We find just from anecdotal experience, it kind of blows people's mind when a person with a disability shows up as a poll worker. One, it's just great for people to see us, right? And see us doing our civic duty and participating, because they don't always think of us as being active members of our community. But also that person with a disability who's there as a poll worker is like, oh, I'm sorry, that's not right. Like, this is the accommodation you're supposed to provide, or I know how to do the accessibility thing on this machine or voting machine or whatever. And it can really, really change the experience. I mean, do we need an army of people with disabilities working at every polling place in the country? Actually, that sounds amazing. Now they've proposed that, does sound incredible. Is that a practical solution? Probably not. But if you're looking for something that you can just personally do, vote, tell your story, and be a poll worker.
This is Maria. Can I just add to this very quickly? And I'll say up front, this is some shameless self-promotion here. But another thing you can do, in addition to voting and telling your story, is get involved with Rev Up. Rev Up stands for Register, Educate, Vote, Use Your Power. And it's an initiative of AAPDs that supports state disability voting coalitions. So we have disability voting coalitions across the country. We do not have one in Louisiana. We have a lot of partners in Louisiana, but not a formal Rev Up coalition. And with Rev Up, what we do is we get people with disabilities registered to vote. We host things like disability candidate forums, because one of the things that we have to do in order to make sure we are seen as a powerful voting constituency is make ourselves visible. And as Michelle mentioned, we can do that through telling our stories and through voting, but we also have to make sure that our elected officials understand and know that we need to vote and want to vote, because these decisions affect our lives. And we will be holding people accountable on any number of issues, no matter what party people belong to. So we host candidate forums. There we develop state disability voting issue guides within these coalitions. Some states that have introduced new remote voting options have hosted forums to make sure that the disability community is educated on these new options as they're being developed. And these are just a few examples. And in the 2020 elections, the Rev Up coalitions did incredible work to make sure that people with disabilities could maintain their right to vote during COVID. And so please, I'm going to put AAPD's information in the chat and in the YouTube chat. If you're interested in starting Louisiana's Rev Up voting coalition, please let me know.
Well, it sounds like we have a tangible to-do list now. And the first thing on there is get a Rev Up coalition. We're running out of time, but I do want to point out a comment in the chat that says, this week we have talked a lot about self-advocacy. In my experience, voting has been a situation where knowing my civil rights has paid off. At the polls, commissioners are not always well informed. Knowing the facts and my determination to assert my rights has always overcome their well-intentioned ignorance. And I think that's a really great way to close this session, because we talked a lot about telling your story and calling when things go wrong, and really just fighting for that basic right to cast your ballot. So I want to thank all of our panelists here today. I know we probably could have filled a whole entire conference on voting accessibility and the barriers and technology, etc. But I really enjoyed our conversation and just wanted to say thank you.
Thanks so much for having us. This was great. And you're right, we probably could have talked for a whole week about this, for sure. At least between me and Maria and Torry, I know we could, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for coming on. And just so you know, our Independent Living Council has done some work around Rev Up. I didn't realize that they were not in the formal stage, but I think Lillian and Torry and I definitely have some things to do, and we can work on getting that coalition. And it's in September, isn't it, Maria?
Yes, Bambi, you're doing my job for me. This is fantastic. So one of the things that our big initiative every year is National Disability Voter Registration Week, which this year is September 17th through the 22nd. We are actually hosting 2 organizer trainings next week on August 5th. So if you want to participate and get involved in National Disability Voter Registration Week, even if you're not a part of Rev Up yet, You can attend one of these trainings that are offered at different times of the day. And these will be recorded too. So if you can't make it, you'll be able to access it later.
Okay, I have to plug one more thing then shamelessly on behalf of both Maria and I. Both of our organizations, NDRN and AAPD, are also going to be hosting a virtual Disability Vote Summit, looking at kind of the data we have around voters with disabilities, what we know, what we need to know, how that's going to impact our advocacy going forward. It's coming up September 14th. And I can actually maybe just send Lillian some details that she could get out to folks if that's something that you all would want to tune into. Sorry, that's the end of my shameless
So
plugs.
Torry, thank you for that information. And Torry, it seems like we were just volunteered for another big project. So keep your ear out for a phone call from me.
Great.
Lillian, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Well, I just wanted to say thank you for everyone who tuned in, and I hope this shed a little bit more light about what voting accessibility currently looks like, what it could look like, etc. So thank y'all.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Melanie, can you tell me if you can hear this when I play it?
I'm Zaila Avant-Garde, National Spelling Bee Champion, Guinness Book Record holder, and future neuroscientist and WNBA star. I'm also 14 and ready to start the 9th grade. My friends and I just want to be kids again. The ability to play or hang out without a mask. Recently, friends started asking for my advice. Here's mine. Get your VACCINE and give COVID the boot.
Yeah, you can hear it. It sounds a little funny, but I can hear it. I think it's coming through my my mic, so it's probably not the right connection. But anyway, I thought that was neat. The commercial was neat. Good morning, Kimberly and Carol. Do you guys want to turn your cameras on and test your mics while we wait?
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. I can hear you just fine.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Hi, Kimberly. Yes, I can see you and hear you. Great. All right. We're going to wait on the other presenters and get started promptly at 12. Did you guys have any questions before we got started? No. Okay, good.
I do not have a PowerPoint, however.
Okay.
I didn't have time to put one together, but I can just talk.
That is perfectly fine. I hope everybody
maybe prepared to talk for 10 minutes and not thinking it was a question and answer?
I can talk for 10 minutes.
Good. And if you want to turn your cameras off until we get started, that's fine. We have about 10 minutes.
Now I feel better. Okay. Mute.
Hi, Jada. Do you want to test your camera and mic? Okay, I can see you.
Hi.
Hello. Okay, and I can hear you just fine. So Jada, I'm not sure, did you have a PowerPoint you needed to share, or will you just be speaking?
I don't necessarily have to share it. I was just going to explain the process for the procedures to register with the university. But I don't have to share it.
Oh, if you have something to share, you can. I just was trying to get, just kind of a feel for who would need one.
Okay, that's fine. I can pull it up and have it ready to go.
Okay, perfect. We'll get started in about 5 minutes.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Miss Amy King. Can you turn on your, there you are, I can see you. Can you say something so we can make sure your mic is working?
Sure. Good morning.
Good morning. Gotcha.
Are we still there? We're almost not morning.
2 minutes, 2 minutes. All right, so we'll get started, shortly in about 2 minutes, waiting on a few more people.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Panelists, if you would turn on your cameras. So Melanie, are we ready to get started?
Yes, so we have 2 more panelists we're waiting on, but we can go ahead and get started.
Okay, I'll watch for them and add them.
Okay, we're waiting on Ms. Corvette Coleman and Dr. Coleen Speed, which Dr. Speed did say she will be transitioning from another meeting. So she wants to go last, so that works out.
Okay, I'll go ahead and hit the record button and we'll get started.
Okay.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our noon panel on the 4th and last day of the annual Governor's Office of Disability Affairs Conference. We have a great panel that will be moderated by Dr. Melanie Washington, and I will turn it over to Dr. Washington to begin this.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for attending this session, and welcome to the session on disability services offered at higher education institutions in Louisiana. We have 7 institutions that will be represented here today, and so and they'll talk to you about the services that are offered through their Office of Disability Services. And I know that all of the offices may be named something or titled something different, and so we'll get an opportunity to hear from each institution represented here today. As Bambi said, my name is Melanie Washington. I am staff member in the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs. I'll be moderating this session. If anybody who is attending via Zoom or watching via YouTube Live, please feel free to submit your questions to any of the panelists, and they will address those questions preferably at the end, but if any panelist sees a question that they feel they want to answer as the session is going on, please feel free to answer those questions at that time. Each panelist will be given 10 minutes to talk about their respective institutions, and then we will move on to the next institution. So, I'm going to introduce them briefly now, and then if you want more information about them, their bios are available on our agenda. There's a link to them there, and you can read more about our fabulous panelists today. So our first panelist is Ms. Kim Bergeron, and she is from Southeastern Louisiana University. Welcome. Our next panelist is Ms. Corvette Coleman, and she is from Xavier University of Louisiana, and I think we're still waiting on her to join in. We have Mr. Tim Delaney. He's from McNeese State University. welcome. Welcome back, because Tim has been here before. We have Miss Amy King from the University of New Orleans. Welcome, Amy. Dr. Carol Landry, she's from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. Welcome. Ms. Jada Netters from Southern University and A&M College. Whoop, whoop, my alma mater. Welcome, Jada. Welcome back. Jada's been here before as well. And later on, we'll have Dr. Coleen Speed from Grambling State University joining us as well. So welcome to the panel, everyone. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and get started. And for the sake of no confusion, I think we'll just go in the order that I just introduced you all. So we'll start with Ms. Kim Bergeron from Southeastern Louisiana University.
Welcome. Good afternoon. As Dr. Washington said, I'm Kim Bergeron, Director of Student Accessibility Services at Southeastern, formerly known as Disability Services. That was a name change we implemented about a year ago due to polling of our students, faculty, staff. We thought that was more of a positive connotation to it than the disability services. First thing I want to say is it's a pleasure to work in this position at our university. I truly value this. This is a job that is so important at the university, guys, and I commend all of you, all the panelists, and for what you guys do on a daily basis. I know it's not easy. That's first of all I want to say. You too, Dr. Washington, and Bambi as well. What we do at Southeastern is probably a similar process to what you guys do at other universities or what you may be familiar. Our process and how it's different than our process that you may have previously been through if you were a high school student and needed disability services, okay? It's completely different in college, guys. And that's something that a lot of times students don't realize or parents don't realize. And that's something I wanna make sure to get across today, because I think that's very important. But here at Southeastern, basically you have to self-identify. You have to say, you know, you have to come to our office. It's a student-driven process. It's student initiated. There's no longer a team model, so where your parent comes and maybe the instructor comes and tells us, no, you come yourself and you say, I have a disability and I would like to register with your office for accommodations. That's hard for some students, and that's why in our office too, we practice self-advocacy skills with various workshops and tips and tricks and sort of like that, because that can also be hard for a student to be able to self-identify. But that's crucial. You have to self-identify with our office. That's step one. Step two is we ask you to complete some paperwork. We have a student intake form that we ask all of our students to complete. It's basically a demographic form that asks, you know, if you've had accommodations in the past, what were they? Where did you have them? Do they work? Do they not? You know, where did you go to high school in the past? Everything, anything demographic wise. And then we also ask you to submit documentation of that disability. Documentation is required for us to see that you have an official diagnosis of that disability for us to be able to accommodate you. And it's a process, you know, and once again, it's student driven, okay? And that's something that I've worked really hard over the summer with a lot of our parents coming in, you know, the transitioning fall students that just graduated in May from high school. That's been a transition for a lot of our parents and students to learn that process and to be able to understand that, you know, it's totally different now. We're in college, right? So once we look at the documentation and it's good to go, basically I schedule a meeting. We have an intake meeting, and that is specifically where we talk about the accommodations plan. We look to see if we think that would be something that's helpful for you, and then we implement it, and there's a couple of paperwork processes that go on after that. And once again, the student's responsible for that too. So all along the way, it's the student's responsibility to carry that process out. But we're here all along the way as well. So if there's anything that comes up, any questions that they have, problems that they may run into, we're always here to help. And it's a process that we want to help. There's a need. And, I tell students, accommodations are not retroactive. So if you do have a disability, go ahead and register with us. Because once you fail the test before, or you may fail your midterm, guess what? We can't apply the accommodations after the fact. So go ahead, register now. And it's something that, our office in Student Accessibility Services, we look at the whole student. We know disability is part of them, but we also look at all the other aspects of them. We realize, transitioning to college is difficult for all students. Students with disabilities is not an exception. So we try to ease that transition and educate the parents and the students on that transition, so that they know each step of the way what's involved and what's expected, so that they're kept aware. And we do our best to communicate with them as much as we can so that they know what to expect.
Okay. Ms. Bergeron, were you done?
I'm sorry?
Okay, good.
Yes, I'm done.
Oh, okay, good. All right. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I think our questions are clear. So next, Ms. Corvette Coleman from Xavier University of Louisiana has joined us. Ms. Corvette, were you ready to talk about your program?
Yes, you can hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So basically what we have here at Xavier, we have a process. We begin our process with a certificate of disability. We have a website. We've kind of implemented some new tools, and it's called Getting Started. And so the students actually go to the website. We have all kind of educational information laid out on the website for the students. We kind of talk about the process. We have a certificate of disability, which is the first beginning of the process, and they download the form. There are 4 different providers that we have on the form that we accept a completed form from, along with all of their documentation. Once all of that's actually submitted, that's reviewed by the disability committee. Once an approval has been granted, the student then is set up for an orientation, which kind of explains the process and how it actually works, requesting accommodations or housing accommodations. And it kind of explains all of the different options that we have on campus. And they actually go into a portal for the academic accommodations, and they request accommodations after they've been approved, each course that they want to use those accommodations in. It actually comes to this department with an electronic signature form. Everything that they've been approved for is actually keyed in. Then it goes off to the professor for review. From the professor, it goes to the dean of that college. So everyone is notified of those accommodations that are to be applied in the classroom without revealing any type of diagnosis, and the confidentiality is kept between the disability office and the actual student. For our housing accommodations, we have a separate form where the student, once again, submits that to their provider, and it's submitted back to us with all of their medical documentation, and that goes through the same process as well. And from that step, they deal directly with housing. But we put a lot of emphasis on communication. I reach back out to the students to make sure that they are actually receiving their accommodations, that everything is smooth, and that They are basically educated on building that rapport and keeping that communication going with the professor at all times in case anything changes or in case their needs may change. So it's a lot depends on the students and, you know, informing disability services about what they actually need. And we want to make sure that we accommodate them the best way we can without changing the course and making sure that it is an appropriate accommodation, and making sure that in the beginning that they actually have all of their medical documentation so that we can make sure that we implement those accommodations so the student can be successful.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Corvette. Next, we will have Mr. Tim Delaney from McNeese State University.
Just want to remind the interpreters not to spotlight for this session.
Did we lose Mr. Delaney? Tim, are you there? I'm not sure. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, I can't get I don't know what's going on with the camera. Okay. We survived 2 hurricanes, a freeze and a flood, and we're still standing. We have a lot of great things getting ready to happen in McNeese. We've started working on a new student union before this, and we're still going ahead with that. One of the great ideas that have come about in the last year or so is we're creating an academic success center. It'll be comprised of our office, which we're now also, we changed our name about a year ago too. We're the Office of Accessibility Services. It'll be us, the Career Services Department, the tutoring, which we call the Learning Center, computer lab, which will be open 24 hours, and the Writing Center, which is tutoring for all aspects of writing, not just for English. But that's going to be happening in the next year or two, so that's going to be really great. But our office is already relocating to that building. Let's talk about documentation. To register with us, you have to have proper documentation. We don't accept IEPs from the high schools. We'll look at them. We don't accept 504 plans. Most people can get documentation either from their doctor, their therapist, their specialist, someone. The only people that usually have problems getting the paperwork, the only students would be those that are diagnosed as learning disabled or dyslexic. We have our own test. We do at McNeese. We will honor that IEP pending that they take that test. It's free. It doesn't cost anything once you're a student. The only drawback on that test is the results. You can't take that with you if you transfer. And it's only good for testing through my office. Let's say if you're going into education, you have to take the praxis exam or any major board exam, you can't use those results. You'll have to actually go get tested. I always tell students, if you plan on being a teacher, then start saving your money so you can get tested through a psychologist. But I did talk to a couple students about a year or so ago, and I find that a lot of the insurances are now accepting. They're paying for those tests. I think one student told me out of pocket was like $200 to get tested for a learning disability, which is really, really good. That's a good deal. If you're a dual enrollment student coming out of high school, you're still half with us, half with high school. The 504 plan would still apply. Some of the accommodations that we provide are extended time on tests. It's usually 50%. We do have some cases where it may be double time. Distraction reduced testing, scribes, readers, note takers, accessible classrooms, interpreters, permission to record lectures. That used to be a big problem. Now it's pretty much anybody can record lectures, but I can give you permission if there is an issue with that. Service animal, emotional support animals go through my office. Some of the things we don't, I get letters a lot from, I guess it'd be like the pediatrician, I guess. It'll be, all our paperwork has to be within 3 years. So it may be within the 3 years, but they'll have things in there that are kind of high school related, like unlimited time on assignments or unlimited time on tests. We don't do that at the college level. There is going to always be a time limit on things like that. We can't bump people out of classes. If you sign up with me late, you want to sit in the front of the classroom, I can't bump someone out of their chair. So you need to register with me early. Our registration form for the fall will be ready in the first week of August, and you can email me. We're doing everything by email right now. It's tdelaney@mcneese.edu. And I tell you, one of the things that students complained about in the past that we've changed on is we used to have all the students hand deliver their letters to the instructors. And it is kind of embarrassing. You have to find time to do that. And there's always, the first week of school, there's always a bunch of people after class wanting to talk to the instructors. So we're emailing all the letters to the instructors now. We're also CCing the student. That way, they got it and you don't have to do that. But I would still encourage you to introduce yourself to your teacher. That way they know who you are. Makes a big difference. But I welcome you. I hope you decide to come to McNeese, become a cowboy. And we're looking forward to meeting you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim. I noticed that you're the second of 3 who said you've changed your name from Disability Services or something of that sort. And I think it really speaks to being, student-centered. The presenter who spoke earlier said they poll the students. And I think that's really important. And it relates back to a session that we had in one of the previous days of the conference where one of our moderators asked the panelists, do you consider yourself disabled? And so, it really helps with empowering people to identify or not identify as disabled if that is what their preference is. So I just wanted to acknowledge that I think it's really important to continue to be student-centered. And we do have a comment regarding that. Kari Wahid mentioned that accessibility department. I like that approach to accessing services. What about students that are reluctant to access services because of peer pressure and confidentiality? I'll save that question for the end. So we'll move on to our next presenter, which is Ms. Amy King from University of New Orleans.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. To kind of touch on what Dr. Washington was just talking about name change. Contrary to the other schools that have spoken, we actually polled our students and our faculty, and overwhelmingly the poll was to leave the name as Disability Services because it was a clear indicator of what the business of the office was. Now, that's not to say in the future we might not change it depending upon what our students are asking for, but for now we're still entitled Disability Services. As far as the procedure to register and set up accommodations, we actually approach it maybe a little bit differently from some other institutions. But when a student is accepted to the University of New Orleans, along with their acceptance letter, they receive a one-page document from my office. And basically that document says, congratulations on your acceptance. If you are a student with a disability who has used accommodations in the past, we'd like you to take the opportunity to self-identify to our office so that we can discuss with you if you might need accommodations at this level of your education. That was actually a recommendation from the Office of Civil Rights at a presentation I attended years ago, and we implemented the process, and it works very, very well. The second way we notify students about our office is that every faculty has an access statement on their syllabus, and it basically says the same thing. If you are a student with a disability who may need accommodations, please take the opportunity to set up an appointment with Disability Services so you can discuss this and appropriate notifications can be sent out. How the process happens is very similar than to other institutions. Students have to provide documentation, and I'll talk about that in a little bit more in just a second. And then a staff member from my office and the student have a collaborative discussion about what accommodations they've had in the past, what worked, what didn't work, and what they anticipate that they may need at this college level. And based on that collaborative discussion, we come up with a plan for accommodations. We then create a document that we call our student accommodation agreement. And that form does multiple things. It provides notice to the faculty. It provides information about how the testing accommodations specifically are going to be implemented. And then we have both the student and the faculty sign it, because we want to make sure we're on the same page with policy, procedures, and rights and responsibilities. With the current pandemic situation, we've altered how we do that a little bit. We did in the past require or request that students meet with their faculty members during office hours, not before or after class, because there's so many people, as Mr. Delaney said, trying to talk to the instructor, but really set a time to talk with the instructor, have the form completed, and then turn it into our office. I think it was Ms. Bergeron who mentioned, working on self-advocacy skills. That's just one tiny step toward that process. Right now, however, for the most part, we're not doing a lot of face-to-face meetings, even though I've been back on campus for well over a year, almost every day, but we're doing a lot of things virtually by Zoom. So for the interim, especially for our new students who are new to the process, we are actually emailing out those accommodation forms to the faculty members. Now, as far as documentation, we don't require a 3-year annual review unless it's a disability that might change significantly over time. If it is, then we will ask the student to provide updates if there are any, changes in diagnoses, additional diagnoses, or, different medications, something that may actually impact them in an academic setting. We will accept IEPs and 504 plans as documentation, as long as it's noted in that document, the diagnosis of the student and the student's name. It's been very interesting lately that I've received a couple of IEPs that did not have the student's name anywhere in the document except for in the signature line. For other diagnoses, we will accept documentation from any appropriately licensed professional. So that professional has to be licensed to render a particular diagnosis or have an expertise or training in that area. The exception to the appropriately licensed professional is it cannot be a family member. Talking about the difference between high school and college or university. Everybody's kind of commented on that it is pretty different. The student does have to self-identify. So those IEPs or 504 plans aren't just going to automatically come to my office. So the student has to take that active role, which is why we prompt the student at admissions about this. For our processes, and again, I understand that for any student transitioning from high school, where they may have been for 4 years, depending on the school, you've got a comfort level and people know you and you know the process and you know what to do. So the transition can be stressful. We will allow parents to sit in and somewhat participate in the meetings where we're discussing accommodations, but the student has to sign specific permission. We provide the student with that form. It's called a FERPA release, and FERPA stands for Family Educational Right to Privacy Act. And what that means is after the student transitions to college, their educational records become their own, not the parents. Even though you might be a dependent and you're still paying for everything, the student is the driver of the process and the owner of their records. We really do this in a bunch of ways, or kind of to send the subtle message. So in a lot of cases, it is the parent who may submit the documentation, or they may initiate the phone call or the email with my office. So I will then just reply to the student. That's frustrating for some parents because I think they're used to that kindergarten through 12 model of communication through them. but that's the indicator. And then after the student gives permission, I may copy the parent on the invitation to the meeting, but not on any other routine correspondence. If the student wants to share that with their parent, they can do that. One of the questions we were asked to touch base on is, are there any scholarships or funding for specifically for students who have disabilities, maybe outside of Louisiana Rehabilitation Services? And my short answer is there is a ton of funding out there for education, but you have to do a little bit of work to find it. So what my office undertook many years ago is when we become aware of disability-specific grants or scholarships, we compile a list. That is all we have, is the list of this information. I don't know the specifics, I don't know the deadlines, I don't know the amounts, but when a student asks, we gladly share that information with our students. As far as other services, we have counseling services, health services, tutoring services, a learning resource center, a writing center on campus. So we rely on them, those offices and their expertise to conduct that type of work with students. We have professional trained academic advisors in colleges and specific disciplines or programs of study under those colleges. We defer to them to do the academic advising for students, the course selection. Now, that doesn't mean to say if a student comes to me and says, well, what do you know about the teaching style of Dr. Smith in history, then I'm not going to share what I know. I'm going to share. And for some students, you know, a boring lecture, sorry, Dr. Smith, if they're just basically reading from the book and it's not very dynamic, and the student has shared that, you know, they might have some attention issues for the class, I might suggest that they look at a different section. If that works in their schedule, it might be a better fit. I don't tell them they have to do it. I can't do that for them, but I can provide them information so they can make some informed choices. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. So as far as when we had to make this kind of sudden and dramatic shift to online learning, I will tell you, even though we've had a plan for years because of hurricane season of what we're going to do if we have to evacuate or if the campus is shut down. So we've always had a plan that we would be able to shift to online learning. What I learned is that we really didn't have a plan, or we had a plan, but faculty didn't really know what to do. So in this process, we have done trainings for faculty. We have done individual sessions with faculty. We have come up with creative tools to help in this process. And in fact, I've done training with our academic affairs and our Center for Teaching Innovation to help faculty understand how they can make their courses the most accessible. And those have been new collaborations over the last year, year and a half. On our campus, we have a Center for Teaching Innovation that really helps faculty in developing robust courses. And that includes both in-person and online courses. And they have really been our leader and our biggest advocate in providing faculty with information on how to make their courses accessible. Moving forward for the fall, we will again have a plan to have in-person classes, online classes, and a mixture. So some of our classes, maybe on Monday, Wednesday, you meet online, and Friday you meet in person. And so we have prepared for and are ready to implement any accommodations over all of those different formats. And our faculty took a little bit of time. It took a learning curve for sure, but our faculty are all on board with all of the different possibilities and options that we have to best serve our students so that they can be successful in their courses.
Thank you so much, Ms. King. You did a great job outlining every question. And so that was very informative. One of our attendees commented that I would recommend that you send this portion of the conference of YouTube or Zoom meeting to every high school or parent of disabled students in disabled departments in Louisiana. It's great information. And it led me to a question that I wrote down, is that do you ever get, how do you, some of you have touched on this, but how do you get the resources out? I know, Amy, you mentioned that I think you all do it at admissions, but working in higher ed, I'm a social worker, and I also teach in social work. And I often run into students who say, "Oh, I didn't realize I can get accommodations." So, what are some of the ways that you get the information out to students and parents?
I'll take that, Dr. Washington. Okay. First of all, we, in every course syllabi, we have an actual statement. Okay, so every teacher in their syllabi has a statement about our office and what we provide. We are also very visible on campus. Any type of resource fairs or events that there's any tabling on campus in our main student union, we're always a part of. I want our office to be a resource to the students and not something that's embarrassing to them or something that they're afraid to come to. So anytime I have an opportunity to welcome students to our office and to present to students that we're a resource to help them and to do the best we can to help them, that's what I try to do. So we're in our Lions newspaper, we're everywhere. I try to put us everywhere I can so that students know we're available and to come see us, that we want to help them. Very good.
And
we actually, if I could interject real quick, or my office, I've been with the office since 1996. So I've seen some kind of twists and turns and changes to how things work. When I first started with the office, we were regularly invited to meetings, conferences, different things with college counselors that were at high schools, so that we could explain all this to the college counselor, and hopefully that information would disseminate down to the students. That probably stopped 10, 15 years ago. So if there are any high school counselors, college counselors on this call, I would actually encourage you, if you have a professional organization or if you have any of these types of meetings, to perhaps start inviting disability services providers to some of these meetings so everybody's on the same page. And I used to be invited to IEP and 504 planning meetings at the end of the student's career in high school. I haven't gotten one of those invitations in years either. We do present at our open houses. So when prospective students are coming, we're there. And I think Ms. Bergeron said that same thing. We're there to kind of say, okay, don't forget, if you've used accommodations, like you can still do this in college. So that's another way we try to get ahead of everything so that when students hit the ground running in their courses, they're ready and set up with their accommodations.
Okay, good. Thank you so much for including that information. So now we'll move to Dr. Carol Landry from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette.
Hi, thank you so much for the invitation to be here. I am Dr. Landry with the Office of Disability Services at UL Lafayette. Like Amy, we've recently considered a name change as well, but our students have not really been pushing for that. It's something we would definitely consider in the future. But here at UL Lafayette, like everyone else, we're charged with providing equal access to students with disabilities for all of our programs, services, buildings, so forth and so on. The process for registering with our office is basically the same as everyone else, except ours is more automated. So about 2 to 3 years ago, we kind of had to move from the traditional paper file system to an automated system. And we use a company called AIM, Accessible Information Management. We purchased this program and it's been absolutely wonderful for our office in terms of office management, but also for our students. So basically what the student initiates the accommodation process through their AIM portal, which they can access either through our webpage or through ULink, which is the student information portal. The student goes in, fills out the online application. They can upload their documentation directly into that application. It gets sent over to our office. The student gets an automatic email telling them what the next step is going to be in the process. Once we have reviewed the application and we reviewed the documentation, the student gets an email with an invitation for them to schedule their accommodation meeting. And so like most offices, the whole registration process is basically two parts. The first is the student initiating the request and us reviewing the documentation. And then the second part, which is really the most important, we have a meeting with each student where we discuss reasonable and appropriate accommodations for them at the university level. And it's not really based necessarily on diagnosis. It's just more of functional limitations. You know, how does your disability impact you in the educational environment? So there's no really cookie cutter set of accommodations that kind of go with a disability. It's very individualized. We could have 25 people in one room who all have the same diagnosis, but they all might need something a little bit different because, you know, we're all different people. So once the accommodation meeting is completed, the student can then automatically send their accommodation letter to each of their faculty members. So that is done by email. The faculty member receives the accommodation letter, which only states that the student is registered with our office and what their approved accommodations are. If any faculty member feels like one of the accommodations might kind of compromise one of the core essential functions of their class, then they can call us and then we'll talk about it and try to work something out. Our most commonly approved accommodation, I think Tim might have touched on this, is extended testing time. And that, as most of you know, is one of those accommodations that just kind of transcends multiple disabilities. You know, so I could have a student with a learning disability who needs more time to take their exams because of the processing time. Individuals with physical disabilities just may simply need more time to just kind of manipulate the testing environment. Individuals with ADD may need more time because they zone out during exams and so forth and so on. So for that reason, we do have a testing center in our office where we will administer exams with extended time or whatever other exam accommodations are needed. And that's kind of as a way of helping out the faculty because not all of them have the resources or the ability to provide the students with testing accommodations. So we have a testing center here in our office where students can come to take their exams and we provide the accommodations. So we monitor the time if they need in a reader or, you know, any other resource while they're taking their exam, we can provide that here for them. Gosh, everyone else just really kind of touched on the overarching features of what we do here. But I think one of the things that we take the most pride in here at our office is that while we do promote self-advocacy and we kind of coach our students on how to do that, we serve as a mediator between the student and the faculty member. If the student has, you know, just kind of reached an impasse in their attempts to resolve an issue, they'll come to us and we'll step in and serve as the mediator and try to work out an accommodation issue that everyone can agree with and is fair and reasonable. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to touch on at this moment. COVID, you know, like everyone else, we had to pivot quickly And in terms of some changes that we might be keeping, we had to conduct all of our accommodation meetings remotely during COVID, and we're finding that students really like that. So that is an option for them. We can from this point forward do accommodation meetings face-to-face, socially distanced, masked, following all of our guidelines. But we're going to keep that in place because students really kind of seem to like that option to have their accommodation meetings done remotely. So that's one of the changes I think that we'll probably keep in place moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Landry. And so I have a follow-up question to a few of the comments that you made about specifically you all serving as the mediator between students and faculty. So in my experience in teaching, we do get, letters from the students that talk about, their accommodations. And sometimes I guess it can be confusing about how, far that accommodation extends. So for instance, I had a student who she was allotted extra time on test. And so I guess just in my ignorance, although I am a social worker, she would send me emails to say, okay, the assignment that's due on Monday, I'll turn it in on Tuesday, or I'll turn it in on Wednesday. And so I found myself, as it happens more and more, I was like, let me contact the Office of Disability Affairs to find out if this is, accurate, if this is how the accommodations are supposed to work. And so my question is, do faculty members have the freedom to contact disability services regarding a student's accommodation plan? And if so, is there something that has to take place for us to communicate freely?
Oh, no, we encourage faculty communication. It is always in the student's best interest. So it's on our accommodation letter. First of all, there's kind of a blurb at the bottom of our accommodation letter that encourages faculty to reach out to us if they have a question about a particular accommodation that the student has been approved for. It's taken years, but we have really worked hard to build a really good relationship with many of the faculty on our campus. And so I'm finding that they're not afraid at all to reach out and to call us. We welcome that. We encourage that because it is confusing. And a lot of times for our new faculty coming in, they get this letter and they're like, okay, what is this? What do I have to do? And we find sometimes that faculty, a lot of times are really kind of afraid to do the wrong thing. So we get a lot of those phone calls as well. I got this letter. I'm not quite sure about it. I don't want to mess up. I know this is a law. I want to do what's best for the students. So, let's talk about that. We always encourage faculty to do that. And I'm fairly confident that my colleagues here on this call do the same.
Yes, absolutely. And I got really good feedback from the institution that I worked for, from the Office of Disability Services. And I was just, wondering if that happens across the board so other people can know that that's okay to do.
Absolutely.
Dr. Washington, if you wouldn't mind if I could jump in. We also actually participate in the new faculty orientations semester. So when the new faculty join Southeastern, we have faculty orientations every semester. So we always make sure to have a part in that as well, to orient the new faculty to our office and the accommodations we provided, how those accommodations may look in their classroom. So they say that's helpful to them.
Wonderful. And I see that Amy said that they do the same thing. So that's good. Okay, so we have a few questions coming in the chat, but we still have 2 more institutions. So we will move on to Ms. Jada Netters from Southern University and A&M College.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you and see you now.
Okay, I am Ms. Netters with Southern University, and I am the coordinator for the Office of Disability Services for the Baton Rouge campus. I, like so many of my other colleagues that spoke before me, our processes are similar but somewhat different in terms of students being able to register here with our office. I would probably say my process is more similar to ULL, in that our students are now able to go through our websites and register, complete their application, tell us a little bit about their disability or their medical condition and what accommodations they are seeking. And so once that information is sent over to us, then we do send them a welcome letter or a letter of invite so that we can schedule a Zoom meeting with them to further talk about how we can assist them and how the accommodations can assist them in the classroom setting. Once that process is done and that meeting is scheduled, then we do offer an approval letter just to say that they have been approved for accommodation services here at Southern University. And we send them their accommodation letter by email. We send it directly first to the student. Once the student reads over it to ensure that all the accommodations we discussed in our meeting are there, if they have any other questions or want to add an accommodation or discuss any other accommodations, it is due at that time. Once we have done that, then the student signs their letter of accommodations. When they return their signed letter of accommodations to us, then I forward the letter of accommodations to their faculty members that are listed on their class schedule for that current semester. The faculty members receive it by email, they review it, they sign it, they send it back to the office acknowledging that they have received the letter of accommodation and they understand the accommodations. As ULL stated, we do have a statement on the bottom of the accommodation letters that tell professors if they have any questions or feel like the accommodations are impacting the integrity of the course, they can always contact the Office of Disability Services. We can discuss it and have a discussion with the student as well so that we're all on the same page in terms of accommodations being implemented correctly. Our most awarded accommodation as other universities is extended time on tests. That's what we usually have the most accommodations for. In terms of other processes here at the office, we do now have a welcome letter that will be included with our students for through enrollment services when they are accepted to the university. And that letter would just tell them simply the process to register with the Office of Disability Services if they are seeking accommodation services, what type of accommodations we normally cover. And I put them in 5 categories. So I do learning disabilities, medical disabilities, physical disabilities, mental health disabilities, and then I do sensory impairments. So they can kind of know those are the categories that we cover, but we don't limit the number of disabilities or the type of disabilities that we cover. So we do put them in categories. The other thing that we do to allow students to know more information about our office here on campus is we have a statement on every course syllabus that's is a generic statement that's sent out to the faculty that they can include on their course syllabus. If they're using the Moodle platform and they're using the Concourse syllabus here on Southern University's campus, that statement is automatically included on the course syllabus for students to see. Some of the other ways that we are distributing information about our services here on campus, I have attended some high school career fairs within the East Baton Rouge Parish. And I've also attended them in person, virtually as well. We also attend student orientation for incoming freshmen here on campus. And just last semester, I have created social media accounts through Twitter and Instagram because that seems to be the 2 popular social media platforms here on our campus that students use so that they can have that information or be able to access that information. Since creating those social media accounts, I believe my current followers right now sit at 1,000, and that's just within a semester's time. So I do have a student worker that assists me with posting the content, making sure that we make 2 or 3 posts every week regarding disability services, the type of services we offer, and the other services that are available to students here on campus. And so our other services include our counseling center, and we also have a center for student success where students can receive tutoring for their academic courses. And so one of the things I can tell you, I got to go. One of the things I can tell you with our Center for Student Success is our tutors are being trained to assist students with disability services, whether it's teaching them, better note-taking skills, understanding how students with learning disabilities learn differently from other students with no disabilities rather. So we're making sure that people in our support community are trained to assist our students with disabilities as well. In terms of faculty notification or faculty understanding, we do present at our faculty convocation, and coming up this fall semester, I will be doing a 4-part training series for faculty so they can understand accommodations, they can understand the federal laws and what it entails and what it looks like for them. The only other thing that I can add that we are also covering in terms of FERPA, we have a lot of situations where parents do want to take the lead and be the person to fill out the paperwork or refer the student for services. And I have to tell them, the process is a little different from pre-K-12 to the collegiate level. Your student has to be the one to come and self-identify, to self-disclose, to complete the paperwork. It's been a lot of times where I've had students to come in and they'll ask about the process and they'll say, well, my mama sent me, but I don't really know why she sent me. And so when I go, well, did you receive accommodations in high school? They go, yes, I did. Can you tell me why did you receive those accommodations? What did they look like? So I can kind of get them on the right track. Well, a lot of the times the students cannot answer why they receive accommodations. And so teaching them to be self-advocate for themselves is one of my big goals here at the university, so that students can know what to ask for, what accommodations they actually need, what's effective for them, and then what should they be doing moving forward. I think I kind of touched on everything that I was asked. If you have any questions, by all means, please let me know.
Yes, you did a great job, Jada. And I just wanted to pull out the point that the tutors are being trained to tutor students with disabilities. I think that is amazing. And I'm wondering, is it like all tutors, or do y'all have like a subsection of tutors who are trained especially to do that?
As of right now, my goal is to start with 10 tutors that are going to be working in the Center for Student Success, with some of them coming from the areas of psychology and rehab counseling, just because they have the background and understand a little bit about disabilities. But eventually I want to have anybody that works in the Center for Student Success trained to assist students with disabilities.
Absolutely, they all should attend that training. And so
Dr. Washington, this is Bambi. Can I ask a question of Ms. Netters? You had mentioned about the putting the students into categories, but I didn't get or didn't understand, like, what is the purpose of that? Is that, they get, so you have specialized staff that understands those type of disabilities better, or can you explain that a little bit more?
I kind of think forward. I'm a little different from most of my colleagues here on the campus. And so the reasoning for my categories is so that when we are able to hire new staff into the office, I can say, do you have this training to work with students with learning disability that can better assist my students on campus who fall in that category? So rather it's a learning disability for dyslexia, math, reading, or an intellectual disability, I want somebody who knows those categories and knows those accommodations very well to be able to assist those students, that population of students within our office.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Netters. And last but not least, we have Dr. Coleen Speed from Grambling State University. Welcome, Dr. Speed. I know you signed in a little bit later.
Can you, okay, good job. Yes, I actually didn't. I actually, maybe 2 minutes later, I guess so. But anyway, never mind. So everybody
know that you were transitioning from another meeting at 12 o'clock.
I did. But I got a chance to kind kind of get in on all of the good stuff. You all have so many good things that you're doing. And basically we are pretty much doing the same thing with our process. The students do self-identify by clicking on a link they request. They'll send a request to our center. And after they send the request, then they'll get a letter for a meeting. And then with that meeting, we discuss what's needed. And what would be needed from them is a diagnosis 3 years or less from a physician, a licensed therapist, or a psychiatrist, or any medical professional. And after we get that, we process their information, approve and most of the time, if they self-identify, there's no disapproval unless there's they don't have their documentation. So what we do is we look at that process, we get the process done for as their paperwork. The student is basically everything right now. After COVID, we do everything online through Zoom. We'll have Zoom meetings. We process their paperwork via DocuSign. I did look at Ames, and I worked with Georgia Tech for quite some time with their program. So we do a lot of virtual books for the students, for the resources. And for the faculty, we do a training for their faculty training that they're required to go to every year. So we'll do the faculty training and go through just the accommodations, what's expected of the student, and giving them power for their class, but that's also making them understand that the student who has accommodations, they need to speak to us if they have any problems. As it relates to campus living, students will request accommodations through accessibility services. And we did change our name, and we're in the process of changing it again because, I read an article that one of the universities changed their name because disability actually means broken. And so we don't want that to be our voice for them. But at the same time, I like the fact that if you say disability service, everybody knows that it's disability services office and there's no confusion. So I think we both have points in regards to the name. Also, like I said, campus living, they requested through campus living, but then they will come through they request campus living accommodations through our office, but then of course we will send it to the campus living office. Food services, the same thing with IT for any accessibility tools, any technology that's needed for the students in the classroom. We will go through IT for that concern. The most requested accommodations for us is through campus living. Right now, we have an upsurge for emotional support services, which is quite interesting. I'm sure you all can agree to that. With the emotional support services, they requested initially through residential living, campus living, and then campus living will direct them through us, and they will start the initial process and identifying their diagnosis. And then from there, it has to be 30 days prior to coming to campus. If you bring an animal on campus prior to, if it's after the 30 days, then students either are fined or they can't keep the animal. Let's see what else. I'm trying to not be so redundant because basically we're doing the same thing. Oh yes, and then one of the other commonly used of course, like I said, extended time on testing, homework. Also, the students also suggest for some students, they want to test in separate rooms. So since we had our online coursework, we haven't had to, have the separate classroom. But in face-to-face, we do have a testing. We have a place we have resources in University College where the students can receive tutoring for any class. Student can receive. They can receive with a retention office. They actually help those students who may not feel like they're confident, or if a student is just needing direction, we help them with that as it relates to just adjusting to the freshman life. And so that's what the University College is for. And we also offer our counseling services, which our counselor services / disability services is in conjunction with one another. And so we don't push counseling on students who are requesting any accommodation or any accessibility services, but we do let them know that we are here to help them. So with that being said, if there are any questions, comments, anything that I can maybe add to, let me know.
Thank you so much, Dr. Speed. I have 1 or 2 follow-up questions. The first is, you said that you guys will be changing your name again. So you changed to accessibility services. Are you changing back to disability services?
No, actually, I like the access name. And so we're changing to accessibility, campus community, and equitable support services. So, and
Okay.
it's, and then the word is access, and it's pretty long, but I think things should be equitable to the students. I think they should have clear access to the campus, whether it's activities, whether it's food, whether it's in the classroom, whether it's campus living. I believe that the support should be where the student has in no way feel broken, but actually feel like their name makes a difference, because I do believe that the name makes a difference in everything we do, whether it's our name or whether it's a name of a department. So that's my voice, that's my punctuation on that. It's not set in stone. Also want to say that I don't know if you all are part of a HEAD, Association on Higher Education and Disability. It's a national association. It's been very helpful to me, and there are lots of resources on that, in that organization, lots of articles. Office of Civil Rights are there to support us. So if you have not joined a HEAD, I want to let you know, not only is a HEAD focus on accessibility accommodations for the campus, but it actually institute training for IT, for faculty, for the president, vice presidents. It's a huge organization that is amazing. Many of my resources that I have implemented here at Grambling State University, I've actually learned from my colleagues that I have gained the relationships with ahead, and just being able to call or look on the website or being on the listserv, just asking a question. Hey, do you all know anything about this? Or have you heard this? Do you have a letter for this? And one of the, I think one of the most amazing resources is that we are very clear to say, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Here, let me give you this. So yes, I have had a busy day, but I do appreciate everything that you all have said. It has been a huge blessing. I took many notes from you all. I didn't take for granted that we're all saying mostly the same thing, and I'll probably be giving some of you some calls. So thank you so much for your information.
Great, this was twofold then.
Yes, absolutely.
So Dr. Speed, you mentioned, I think I heard you mention something about service animals.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
So we have the service animal and we have emotional support animal. Now the service animal, they do not need an approval because they have already been approved. But the emotional support animal is a new, I don't want to say it's a trend, but it has almost become a trend for many of the students. And so some of the students don't even have disabilities letters, but somehow they come up with them. And we have to, and I'm not minimizing anybody's conditions or diagnosis, but we've had to readjust and actually come up with policies and work together with a head and with other colleagues to say, how do we handle the emotional support animals on campus? And so with that, if you all need policies, if you're looking for something, or if you have questions about it, let me know, because emotional support animal may come with many different, I guess, a variety. And so with that, you have to have policies and you have to have something in place that it doesn't become something that you have a farm on your campus. So that's what we're doing now, working with the emotional support animal piece on the disability services. So that's huge right now.
And so, yes, I wanted to kind of go around the panel and just kind of, if you all can give me a brief, I guess, like a real quick explanation of how you all deal with that, if you deal with it. Okay, so let's start with Dr. Carol Landry, first on my screen.
Hi. Yes, about 2 or 3 years ago, the university adopted an all animal policy, which can be found on our website that anyone has access to. But that animal policy addresses service animals, emotional support animals, and pets, and it applies to the entire university community and visitors. So it's a very overarching policy. But the way we handle emotional support animal requests is that they are all funneled through housing, because emotional support animals are kind of a function of the Fair Housing Act. So the requests kind of go through housing and they are disseminated to a committee. So we formed a committee to evaluate emotional support animal requests. The committee is pretty robust. So we have someone from our campus safety team on that committee. We have housing, we have Res Life, we have mental health counselors, and disability services on the committee. So we all get together as a team to evaluate the request. We do have a couple of deadlines. Like July 1st is the deadline for the fall semester. And so a student's packet has to be complete and ready to go so that we can have our meeting as soon after July 1st as possible, so that students can be informed of the decisions prior to coming to campus for the fall semester. So we've done this now for a few years. It seems to be working pretty well. Prior to formalizing it, having a policy, coming up with a committee, I was getting just inundated with requests, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 requests a week. It was really becoming overwhelming. And when this first started several years ago, I was the only person who was kind of evaluating these requests. And so that kind of precipitated the need for us to get a team of experts to take a look at it. So that's how we do it at UL.
So much, Dr. Landry. Ms. King.
So similar to, I think probably everybody else, we do have some specific documentation guidelines for emotional support animals. What I find is a lot of the documentation submitted doesn't meet those guidelines. So then we have to have a conversation with the student about the specific criteria. We have collaborated with other institutions and some who have actually gone through an Office of Civil Rights review, so that the information we're putting out is kind of the most current, and we revise it every year. We look at other policies, we consult with other professionals for emotional support animals. It's a collaborative decision between my office and housing on all housing, almost all housing related accommodations. The request will first be submitted to our Res Life, and that's on the student's application. We inform students that the process could take up to 30 days for approval. But just like any request for accommodation, we don't set any hard and fast deadlines. So, you know, the student is advised that they cannot bring the animal until it is approved as an accommodation, but it actually can take place at almost any point during a semester, as long as the documentation meets the standard guidelines. For service animals, they are not required to, students are not required to register with our office. Many do, because they're just with their disability, they may need some other accommodations, but there is no requirement that students do that. And I do provide lots of advisement throughout the semester to faculty, staff, and students who do have questions about students who have animals on campus and what's allowed, what isn't, what animal can go where, and those kind of things. So it's a constant conversation.
Okay, thank you. All right, Kimberly.
Yes, I would like to echo both because we too, and Southeastern, we have a committee that we put together when we receive requests. It's myself, our counseling center director. It's also the housing assistant director and another housing member as well. And we also, part of that documentation is not only documenting there's a disability, but we also require vaccination records on that animal. So, you know, if it's cat, dog, whatever. We've had approved some animals that, like a rabbit, for instance, that hasn't been vaccinated or can't be vaccinated in Louisiana. So that's a little different. But so we do really look at the documentation and go through it from there. And one key difference too with an ESA versus a service animal is that with an ESA, that animal is only allowed in the residence hall, like in that person's room. It's not allowed to roam campus, to go to campus dining, to go to the bookstore, to go wherever, like a service animal is allowed. So that's something that Ms. King hit it on the head, actually, because we have a lot of conversations with faculty because there's stark differences between the two. And a lot of times, a lot of people don't know the difference. So yeah, we get a lot of conversation about those two.
Thank you so much. All right, so Ms. Coleman.
Yes, we as well, we have documentation that is required for service animals and support animals. There is a difference, like she just said. I want to piggyback off of that. A lot of times, like you said, people don't know the difference, and we have to actually explain to them what the difference is. And we also require documentation on the student as well, because we want to know why you actually need that support animal. That makes a difference, because otherwise everybody would say, I need a pet. So we want to make sure, and we have clear-cut documentation you know, from their physician, you know, how is this going to help you and what's the reason for you needing it? We require the documentation on the pet, the vaccination records. We also require a picture. A lot of times they'll tell you over the phone, I want to bring such and such dog. Well, we need to know what type of dog it is, how big that dog is, because in a dorm, we want to make sure it's going to be size appropriate. For the dorm itself. And we want to make sure that, you know, we get the documentation in on time, because we have to find a roommate that's going to be okay with that dog. A lot of, you know, it's very tough sometimes to try to find roommates that want to live with someone else. So there's a lot that goes into that. We do have a committee with disability services, our health department staff, and our counseling center. We all work together as one unit, and housing as well. A lot of times we let housing give us a little bit more feedback, because they're the ones that are used to those pets being in there. They'll say, hey, you can't have that type of dog. That dog's gonna bark all night, or that particular type of cat is not appropriate. So we truly work together as a team to make sure that that process is smooth, and to make sure that the student receives enough education as well on what animals we will accept and which animals we cannot accept.
Okay, thank you. I don't know why it popped in my head, like, are students allowed to have snakes? But hopefully not. I don't know. Okay, but Ms. Netters?
Oh, okay. Here at Southern University, we have just created a housing accommodation committee where the Office of Disability Services will serve on that committee, as well as the director of the counseling center, the director of the housing, and then we have two individuals from the student affairs office that will also serve on the committee, so that we can address the issue of emotional support animals being on the campus of Southern University. One of the things I can say is we've had some situations on campus where individuals have brought a pit bull and a rock wallow, and they were in the dormitory and we did not know. And so they kind of snuck their animal in. And hold on one moment. Azaria, you have to get her, please. So they snuck their animal into the campus and we did not know it. And so once the office became aware of it, we had them to bring vaccination records of the animals so that we can make sure that they had their vaccinations and that they're being followed by a licensed veterinarian. The other thing that we are doing now as a part of the committee is to make sure that we have deadlines in place so that students who need these animals can apply for ahead of the fall semester or the spring semester or the summer session if they're going to be living on campus. So that is something we are working towards and coming up with, in guidelines and policy revisions are happening in terms of emotional support animals. Just like every other campus, we do not deny a service animal because we can't. It's covered under ADA. That is their legal right to have it. We do have to have conversations with our faculty members so that they can ensure that they understand the difference between the service animals as well as the ESA animals. Sometimes students will say that they're going to bring one type of animal, and we've had a situation where we had a snake on campus that got out. So it actually caused another student to now have issues with anxiety and wondering if something is going to be crawling through their vents. So that is something that we have to prepare for in the future. And so we're working towards that. It is something that wasn't addressed here heavily on campus, but I am trying to make sure that we cover all bases because I do interact with other schools, and we talk about civil rights cases and how things are being handled. And so I try to ensure that we have policies and procedures that we can follow so that both the student can be satisfied, but we are also protecting the liability of the campus. So I hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you so much. So we're going to take Tim to answer it, and then we'll try to get at least 2 questions in from the audience before we end.
Okay. I am the committee, I'm the only person on the committee. If you have an emotional support animal, you have to register at the beginning of every semester. Well, actually, just the fall semester, but if you use our services every semester, and the service animals is pretty much up to them. Our main concerns is the fake paperwork that goes around. If it's not local, we don't take it. It has to be Louisiana. It has to be preferably, if you're living in Lake Charles, why are you getting paperwork way up in Arkansas, Shreveport, Oregon, wherever, So we want it local, something we can verify. And a lot of them will come with this paperwork. The guy's out of Oregon, but he's certified in Louisiana. We're not going to take it. It has to be local. And if I explained to them, they end up paying more money buying that paperwork. If they go see a therapist, it would cost them probably about half what they're paying for that paperwork. But we've had a few like that, but most of them follow the rules. Once I look at their paperwork, I verify it, I send a letter to housing. They have to go meet with housing, make an appointment with the dean of student services and housing, and they go over the rules, basically about cleaning up after their animal. And they're also not allowed to, the animal stays in the dorms, it's not allowed in the cafeteria, anywhere else. I mean, he goes outside to go to the bathroom if it's the dog or whatever, they have to clean up after him. But other than that, it's just, we have probably 12 animals, mostly dogs. Well, actually, I think dogs and cats about 50-50, but we do have some guinea pigs too. Yeah. And that's about it. No snakes. No.
Okay, good. I'm saying good. I don't know. Maybe there's a need for that. All right. So now we'll take the first question that was submitted in Zoom, and that is, what about students that are reluctant to access services because of peer pressure and confidentiality? We'll take, whoever wants to jump on that. And some of you may have already addressed it. Amy, you want to go?
I'll jump in. I'm not quite sure what the peer pressure is, but I can tell you what a lot of students explain to me, especially in using testing accommodations. The question I get a lot is, well, what is the rest of the class going to think if I'm taking my test in your testing center and I'm not there on the day of the test? My kind of brutally honest answer is, think about how you feel on the day of a test. And you are so focused and so anxious in most cases about taking that test that I don't think other students are going to notice, like, that guy that carries the blue backpack isn't in class today, and I can only speak from my own experience. And I tell students that when I'm showing up for a test, I'm like, oh, good God, please make sure that everything I just crammed into my head is able to be recalled. So I'm so hyper-focused that I don't think other students are going to notice. So if that's kind of what they were intending about peer pressure, that's my story. And students seem to go, oh, that makes sense. As far as confidentiality, when the student and myself or our coordinator meet, we have them fill out an exchange of information form, which basically is a waiver that if they are okay with us sharing anything about their disability, and we list some very specific parties on campus, that they can fill that out and allow us to. If they don't give us permission, and I would say 75% of our students don't give us permission, and that's okay, because we're still going to coordinate the accommodations. We can't share anything about their disability with those parties. We can talk about their accommodations, what that looks like, those kind of things, but never specifics. I also tell students, even if they give me permission, most of the time my conversation with their faculty member is going to be about accommodations and how those work. The faculty members, if they're contacting me, really aren't like, ooh, I want to know what's going on. They want to know like what this means, what this process is. Oh my gosh, how am I going to do these accommodations type conversations, and not really to get at information. In the tenure that I've had at the University of New Orleans, there have been 2 times that we have shared the actual diagnosis with the student and the faculty, and we were all in a meeting together. And that was really, I felt, and I explained to the student before we met with the faculty member, the only way that I could get the faculty member to understand why we were implementing some of these specific accommodations, and the student was completely fine with us sharing that information.
Thank you. I think Dr. Colleen Speed had her hand up.
When you said peer pressure, or when someone spoke about peer pressure, and I was, as she said, I was looking at if a student was going to class and she had to hand out her accommodations to someone else, it would also make them feel like their peers are seeing them, handing their paperwork, if that's what we're still doing, or if they're with friends that maybe even have accommodations and are just feeling like I can't tell anyone that maybe I need to know about accommodations, but I don't know how to ask, or I don't know where to go. So I'm not sure, as she said, it could be several reasons why peer pressure for students with a diagnosis. I'm not sure, but that's what I was thinking as well. It's just that, students sometimes may feel pressured by their peers just to have to even figure out what to do to get the accommodations that they're needing. I'm not sure either, so.
Thank you, Dr. Speed. And so we have a couple comments here, and you all can probably read those. They're a little bit lengthy and we're running out of time. So I'll go to the second question. Who handles physical versus academic modifications at your school? Whoever wants to answer that. Physical versus academic accommodations.
I'm not sure.
At Southern, the physical, oh, I'm sorry, somebody else is speaking.
I'm just saying, for physical and academics, the physical, if there's a physical issue, we handle it out of our office. But if it's something with athletics, maybe if they had an injury and they need temporary accommodations, our office will handle any physical issues. If the student has been hurt, playing in the baseball game, and if it's life changing for that moment, we do offer those accommodations temporarily.
And I think Kim wanted to answer that as well.
Yes, I want to go back real quick to the confidentiality part, because that is a very, very common question that I'm asked by students, because they do worry about that. They do worry about how they come across to their peers. Absolutely what Ms. King said, what are they going to think if I'm not in for the class, or what are they going to think if they see somebody giving me notes, or what are they going to think if I'm a few minutes late coming to class every day? What's going to happen? We do, in terms of confidentiality, if it's a safety health issue for the student, for instance, if it's a seizure related issue, or if the student tends to pass out in classes, that sort of thing, then that professor knows. Okay, so that is the only time that professor is going to know of that disability. And one thing I do want to say is, we've all mentioned the student accommodation letter that the student receives. That never lists the student's disability. That only lists the accommodations, and that's what the faculty receives. Okay, so that's never listed on there, just the accommodations. That's another question I get all the time too.
Thank you. I think we have 1 minute left, but Amy, I'll go ahead and let you, I see your hand is raised.
Sure. As far as like physical accommodations, meaning like the physical accessibility of campus, most of those requests, if there's an issue, will come first to me. But I obviously don't have the ability to, build a ramp or things like that. That is beyond my skill set. So I work very collaboratively with our director of facilities. In fact, we both have each other's cell phone and make some frequent calls. And we actually have on our disability services page, on the front of it, a barriers to access reporting form. So students can report that. And sometimes, quite frankly, it's another student has parked their bicycle and chained it onto the accessible ramp into a building. So we get phone calls, we get emails, and that goes to both me and the director of facilities, and we address those as immediately as possible. Things like when elevators go out and students have classrooms on the second floor, we actually get the notice from our facilities department as soon as an elevator goes out. We have very standard language that has to be posted on the elevator. And then we keep a list of our students that need elevator access in order to get to class. And that generates us to email their faculty and say, hey, Johnny Smith isn't going to be in class today because he can't get there. And we ask that the faculty record the lecture and touch base with the student.
Thank you so much. This is such a rich conversation. We have so many other questions in the chat, but unfortunately our time has come to an end. I wish we could have a part 2, but I know that you all are definitely open to individuals reaching out to you if they have more questions. And so your information is all available to everybody through our agenda. And so please, if you had questions that you wanted answered but didn't get an opportunity to, reach out to these individuals and they'll be happy to talk to you about their services. Thank you all so much for being here and providing this information for us. And we appreciate your time.
Thank you, everyone. We appreciate this session. Melanie's making us stop, but we appreciate it. Thank you. We keep on and on. Just want to remind everyone that our next and last session of the conference will be a great session about transportation. We have some national speakers from the U.S. Department of Labor and also some regional people from New Orleans that will be speaking. So it's going to be a great session. Y'all stay tuned. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Hi, Lindsay.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Let's see. So I'm sorry, I'm visually impaired. Can you tell me your name?
My name is Bambi, and I'm the director for the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs.
Oh, hey, Bambi, how are you?
Good, very good.
So I'm not able to
We're
see.
really-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying we're really glad to have you guys on to close out our conference.
Oh, I'm thrilled to be here. May I ask, I'm not able to see a thumbnail to kind of make sure I'm centered and lighted correctly. Is there a way for you to enable that?
I'm not sure how to do that.
You are viewing Bambi's screen. View options. Let me see if I can.
So what I'm sharing is the conference schedule. So if people are, we have it streaming on YouTube. So if people are logged in or log in the Zoom, they can see that the schedule, and we'll wait until 2 o'clock for the next session.
Yeah, so it would be really helpful if I could see a thumbnail. For some reason, I'm just not seeing that. Let's see, let me try view options. Let me see if there's need control. Let's see. Oh, there I am. Okay, let's see.
Were you able to see what you
Yes, I just had to click like side by side or something. I couldn't see. Let's see. Yeah, I could only see you and then this slide, but I think I've got it now. Thank you. I'm just trying to get myself set up here.
So right now it's only you and I that have our cameras on. I don't know if Michael wants to try out his camera and mic just to see if everything's okay. He may have stepped away. And Lindsay, are you guys, you have a presentation that you could be sharing, a PowerPoint?
Yes, I believe Mike is going to be sharing it.
Okay. And Mike, if you want to turn on your camera and your mic just to test it, if you can hear me, do that.
Bambi, this is Gail. On the agenda, I can only see the 12 to 1:30. I don't see the next session on the screen. Is there a way to drop that down a little bit? Just in case somebody comes on and wants to look at it. Everybody probably already knows.
Can you see it now?
Yes, I can see it now. Thank you.
Okay. I should share a screen that just says the last session. Hey, Michael. I think you're muted. Can you hear me, Michael?
Hello.
Hey. Your volume seems low. Remove your mic. Can you try speaking again? Michael, can you hear me? Lindsay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Is Mike frozen?
Oh, no. Let's see, I'll send a chat.
Sorry.
Hi, Michael, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can. I'm sorry. I had the sound turned on. Can I ask you real quickly, because we're so much more used to using Teams than Zoom, but like, can you even see, am I centered on the picture? I can't even tell.
Oh, I had the same issue.
Yes.
So Mike, if you go to view options, so at the top there, it will say you are viewing Brandy's screen. So right next to it, hit view options and then go to the very bottom. I think it'll say checked, like side, it'll have a check next to side by side and just click that and it will show you all of our videos. I had to do that.
Right, but my video looks like really weird. Like I'm over to the left-hand side of the screen.
Yeah.
It's much paler than you guys. Do you see the same thing? Do I look really pale and on the not centered?
You don't look centered.
You're centered. And
I'm not sure I'm the right person to ask it.
Yeah, you're okay. Well, I just didn't know whether to move my camera. So am I more centered now at least?
No, you're closer to the left now. Go the other way.
Closer to the left. So tell me when. I'm good now.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I would keep going, actually. I would keep going to, yeah, I think you're still kind of to the left.
For some reason, I don't know. I always have this problem with Zoom. It doesn't center me and it looks weird. And maybe it's me. Maybe it's
zoomed in. Like for some reason, Zoom like zooms in on the picture more so than Teams does.
Okay.
I actually bought an external webcam with a ring light to like help with this because the built-in camera on the laptop is a little bit too low. So the webcam helps a little bit. You look mostly centered now to me though.
You did great.
Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. Like
it does look it looks a little bit dark, like your face isn't very lit, but I think because you have the light behind you.
Yeah, I know. There's nothing I can do about that, unfortunately.
You'd have to go to the other side and like have the window light shining in your face.
Mike, do you have a PowerPoint that you were planning to share?
Yes. So I was going to share it.
Do you?
And then I assume, Lindsay, I can just advance your slides.
If you don't mind.
No problem. So I have it shared. Do you want a copy of it, Bambi? Or
no, I just wanted to see if you wanted to just test it out before to make sure there's no
sure.
Issue. I'll stop my share.
Right.
Bambi, I think it's Lorna had her hand raised.
Yeah, I moved her over to panelist.
Yeah, okay. Right. Right now it says host disabled screen sharing.
Oh, really? Okay. Now you should be able to.
Now come the glasses. All right, and just all right. Okay.
No, that's perfect. And just so you guys know, you could stop the share for now that we know that you can get it done. We can just keep it up, it's fine. Just so you know what the interpreter, since you have a PowerPoint, we'll put the spotlight on the interpreter to make sure that everyone who needs to see the interpreter can see the interpreter.
Okay.
And so you can leave your camera on or turn it off because people won't see you while that's going on. So, and hi, Lana, how are you?
Hi, guys. Now, can I test that
Hi.
sharing of the screen thing?
Sure, go ahead. Did I pronounce your name right?
It's Lona, L-O-N-A.
Okay.
I don't see my document.
Hey, Lona, love your glasses.
Thank you. Can you see my screen now?
No.
Nope.
All right, maybe I didn't do anything. Hang on. Go back to the Zoom. Oh, there it is. And now?
Yep, looks good.
All right, good. All right.
Y'all are pro at this.
It's my first time doing that, so
yeah.
I figured out how to do it in
wow.
Teams several months ago, but I've never figured out how to do it in Zoom. So
We just had the exact same thing, Lona.
I feel like I have lived on Zoom for the past, 16 months.
Oh, yeah.
That's all we use here.
So, Bambi, this is the last
session.
This is the last session.
This is the last session.
So you must be exhausted, right? But I would imagine.
Yeah, we are exhausted. Yes, this is session 18. So 4 days, yeah. But it's been great, really great. And we're recording all the sessions and keeping them on our YouTube channel. So for people to come back and get all this great information. And we really are looking forward to hearing about transportation because we, like probably most places around the country, struggle with addressing this issue. So I'll go ahead and turn off my camera and mics. You're welcome to do that in about 2 minutes to 2. We'll just come back on and get everybody. Yes, sir.
Before, when y'all actually pull up your Sylvia's much better at this technology than I am. So when y'all pull up your screen share, just give me a second to make sure I can get my I can get spotlighted before y'all actually start speaking, if you don't mind. So because I haven't done this enough to have, like Sylvia knows this front and back. I don't, but I'll be the one starting off. So I figured I'd throw that out there if you don't mind.
Okay. And Landon and Gail are our interpreters.
Thank you.
Thanks, Landon. Okay. Hi, everyone. Michael, if you can turn on your camera, we'll get started. It is 1:59, but since it's our last session, we will start a minute early. I'm going to hit our record and get started. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the last session of the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs Conference. It will be a great conference with both national and state experts in regards to transportation. Jamar Ennis will be the moderator for this session, so I will turn it over to him.
Thank you, Bambi, for that warm introduction. Thank you all for participating in our last session. And with everything that's going on today, and we're thankful for all of your participation and your support as we finish up the last leg of this conference. The last session, entitled Public Transportation, it's very important to what we do in the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs. And one of the principles that we try to stick to is improving transportation for individuals with disabilities. So we're blessed to have these three subject matter experts in the field that in their respective field of transportation. I'm going to give a brief introduction of all three of our presenters. Ladies first, Ms. Lindsay Till. She is a policy advisor for the U.S. Department of Labor, Office of Disability Employment Policy, where she serves on the employment-related supports policy team. We also have Mr. Michael Reardon, who is a supervisory policy advisor for the Office of Disability Employment Policy, otherwise known as ODEP, at the U.S. Department of Labor. Last but not least, and our first presenter, Ms. Lona Hinkins. In her over 30 years of experience in the industrial and public sector, Lona Edwards Hinkins has always had a goal of leaving it better than she found it. In her current role, she is working with the, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble accessing my screen. Okay, there it is. Lona spearheaded the rebuilding of schools in New Orleans in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina as a director of major capital projects for the recovery of the Recovery School District. And during that time, she has worked in various different roles. She's worked in FEMA, and she has worked in various projects dealing with infrastructure. And last but not least, she is with the New Orleans Public Transportation Department, and obviously known as RTA. I don't see that in her, oh, there it is. New Orleans Regional Transit Authority, and she's currently serving as the Chief Infrastructure and Long-Term Planning in that capacity. So without further ado, Ms. Lona, the floor is yours. And if you can, share your screen for your presentation. Yes, perfect.
I will unmute myself. Good afternoon. How are you guys doing? I'm happy to be here on behalf of the CEO and the Board of Directors of the New Orleans Regional Transit Authority. Now, if I can figure out how to advance this slide, there we go. So New Orleans Regional Transit Authority is responsible for operating several lines of service. We operate 5 streetcars, 34 bus routes, 2 ferry services, and a paratransit service. We service the New Orleans area as well as Kenner. And our passengers take more than 19 million rides throughout the year. Our Board of Commissioners set upon a strategic mobility plan a few years back, and out of that came our priorities. So our priorities are to deliver a world-class rider experience, utilize innovation to solve problems and become more efficient, provide regional connections to critical job functions and education centers, and then to make decisions grounded in equity. So we have an equity tool that we're building, and then to also develop a pipeline for workforce development. Like most industries, our workforce is aging, and so we need to be prepared for when these folks who have 40 and 50 years of experience decide to finally retire. So world-class rider experience. For me, I'm currently in Minneapolis visiting my daughter. I'm not going to read what's on the screen to you, but for me, it's like I saw a stop shelter that had a full enclosure to keep folks out of the weather. It also provided a electronic board that told riders when the bus would arrive. It was ADA accessible, as well as they had even some tools for the visually impaired passengers. That, in my mind, if we can have the system solve the problems for the regular customer and the customer that has a few additional needs, then we will have provided world-class rider experience. And then, of course, regional connections. We're not just thinking about New Orleans and Kenner. We want to grow our systems and be able to provide, high frequency routes as far as, Baton Rouge and Shreveport, so that we can reduce emissions by providing rapid transit. And either that is going to be bus rapid transits or a light rail system, but to move people where they need to go as quickly as they need to go. One of our construction projects that we have started is the Canal Street Ferry Terminal project. And this project we broke ground in October 2021, and we're scheduled to be completed in December of 2022. Our old ferry terminal was built in the 60s. It was well before any requirements for ADA was contemplated. And so this gives us an opportunity to provide primary egress as well as secondary egress for some of our wheelchair bound or mobility impaired folks. One of the projects that I am proud to be a part of is we recently completed a project where we made a step. We are not where we need to be, but we did make a step. So the streetcars, historic streetcars along St. Charles Avenue are now ADA compliant. There are 3 streetcars that service wheelchair folks. We essentially took 3 streetcars that were on other routes, and we painted them the historic green color and made them compliant, as well as we had to modify 12 stops to make them larger, so that, again, they were the onboarding and exiting are ADA compliant. We're not stopping there. We are applying for a grant as we speak to do some assessments and create a program that includes both ADA compliance and improved shelters that can be fabricated and made locally. So we're planning for the future while tackling some of the immediate problems. We also have a pilot program that is for our paratransit team, that's Mobility on Demand. We recently received that grant, and it allows us to order somewhere between 5 and 10 new vans that are completely accessible, but it's going to operate. There's an app that we will be procuring and implementing that will operate very similar to the Lyft and Uber apps, where you say you can just press the app, tell what time you need to arrive at your destination, and the vehicle will show up at your front door. That's the last slide I have, and I'm anxious to see what questions from the panel and the community will arrive, to see if we can help share some solutions, some frustrations, as well as make this Louisiana a better transit provider across our state.
Okay, this is Mike. Do you want me to just continue?
Hi, Mike. I'm not sure what happened to Jamor. I apologize for that.
Okay, no,
I'll
just continue. And I'll start by sharing my screen.
I appreciate it.
I'm sorry, I'm here.
All right. Can you see the screen? Okay, I assume you can see the screen. Is that the case, Jamar?
No, I'm sorry, we don't see your screen at this point in time.
The screen. Okay, let me try again.
I think the interpreter has spotlighted himself, so.
Okay.
Let's try to, there we go, it's perfect.
All right. Okay. So again, Lindsay and I are from the U.S. Department of Labor. And of course, the perspective on transportation is very different from where we're sitting than in Louisiana. It's transportation, as you know, is almost exclusively local, not even state. So it's not just the state of Louisiana. They certainly have an important part to play. The federal government has an important part to play, but transportation as an issue is primarily a local issue, and it varies greatly on where you happen to live. So if you live in an urban area and you have a disability, the options available to you are going to be much broader than they would be if you were in a rural area. So we're going to go through and discuss how we see this issue and what we've been doing to try to address it, at least at the federal level, to potentially benefit those at the local level. So why is transportation important? The Department of Labor, and actually this is a discussion that we often have when we get new politicals into the office, is why are you spending so much time working in the transportation world? The Department of Labor is all about employment. And the logical answer to that is in transportation is a critical component of any employment program. Any job requires the ability to get to and from that job. If all the education in the world, the best training program in the world basically mean nothing if you can't get to the job. So it's a critical, what we call an employment support. It's probably the most critical employment support for people with disabilities, actually for everyone. People with disabilities have, in many instances, an added complication, whether they have a physical disability, a sensory disability, a cognitive disability. Transportation may present additional problems that a lot of people don't have, but it's important to everyone, whether you have a disability or not. And just as some of of the data out there that showcase this. I mean, 25.5 million Americans experience some type of travel limiting disability. That's, again, there are more than 40 million Americans, and so not every person with a disability has transportation related issues, but the majority will have. Half of those with a travel limiting disability were of working age, but only about a fifth were employed. And lots of correlation between whether you have a job and the likelihood that you have transportation issues, right? So the less likely you have a job, the more likely you're going to have a transportation limitation or an issue based upon where you live and work. And people with disabilities experience significant disparities in vehicle ownership, trip frequency, socioeconomic status, et cetera, compared to people with disabilities. So if you have a job, it's much more likely that you're going to be able to afford either a vehicle or other transportation options such as Uber and Lyft, or anything that would affect transportation is going to be exacerbated by the existence of a disability. Not just physical disabilities. A lot of times people at federal level seem to think people with physical disabilities have the most issues related to transportation. And that actually is not the case. There's a study that just came out that we heard about today, actually, that talked about people with who are hard of hearing and deaf had the most significant transportation barriers of all people with disabilities. And so that's important to keep in mind when we're planning in our efforts with not only the Department of Transportation, but with other federal agencies as well. So this has all been exacerbated as well by the COVID-19 pandemic, right? COVID-19 has really exposed the fact that there are huge inequities in our transportation system throughout the country, not just in Louisiana, not just in rural areas, throughout the country. So again, 28 million Americans with disability do not have a car. People of low income, people of color are much more likely to be without cars than others. That is going to make it more difficult when you're depending upon public transportation to get you any place, including a job, but also to the doctor, to the grocery store, or any social events, et cetera. Last year, 65% of transit agencies had to cut service either completely in some areas or had to cut them back substantially because of all of the issues related to the pandemic. And almost another 6 million people in the United States had to delay medical care because of a lack of transportation. That delayed medical care, I'm sure, resulted in, again, an exacerbated health issue, which affected employment, which affected community participation, et cetera. So it's this vicious cycle that occurs if you don't have public, reliable, affordable transportation where you live. So that's why we've been working so closely with the Department of Transportation, with the Department of Health and Human Services and other agencies in the last few years to try to at least address these inequities. So ODEP's history with transportation is as long as ODEP's been around. ODEP is a relatively new federal agency. We're celebrating our we just celebrated our 20th anniversary. So that's not long. In Fed world, that's a very short time period. In terms of the size of our agency, we're a relatively small agency in a very big program. The Department of Labor is a multi-trillion-dollar agency with between 14 and 15,000 employees. We have about 60 employees and a budget in the tens of millions of dollars. And so we're very much dependent upon working with our key stakeholders, both our federal partners, the Department of Transportation, HHS, Commerce, and I'll go through some of those in a little bit. But with the national stakeholder associations as well. So in the transportation world, we need to work with the transportation providers, represented by the American Public Transportation Association, the Community Transportation Association of America, and many others. But and we also need to work with the advocacy community as well, representing, again, the full range of disabilities, the Centers for Independent Living, a host of of different organizations represented by the Consortium for Citizens with Disabilities, which includes 125 different organizations. So since we knew that we had to work in that area, we knew it from the start. We designed our policy team to address transportation as a critical area. So we started, the ODEP was formed in the first year of the George W. Bush administration. It was actually recommended and passed by Congress at the end of the Clinton administration, but it started in the George W. Bush administration. He had a program called the New Freedom Program, which was specifically geared toward expanding transportation options for people with disabilities. And so we worked very closely with the Department of Transportation and the White House and made recommendations that really impacted millions of people with disabilities. The Department of Transportation invested more than $140 million in that program, created a lot of things that we're used to today, expanded the Section 5310 program, et cetera, expanded the job access and referred commute program, et cetera. So we were able to make a fairly big splash right out of the bat, at least in terms of our history. That work with our partners at the Department of Transportation and the Department of Health and Human Services resulted in a series of national forums, fora, that eventually resulted in the signing of an executive order by George W. Bush called United We Ride, which greatly expanded the Coordinating Council on Access and Mobility, which again had 11 federal agencies get together over the course of 2 or 3 years and develop recommendations as to how we can expand access to transportation for people with disabilities throughout the country. And we had various joint guidances that were developed by the co-agencies, et cetera, on that. And again, it resulted in an additional $100 million in new money going toward transportation and employment for the first time. That Coordinating Council on Access and Mobility still exists. It's not as strong as it once was, but it's still in existence. ODEP has spent a lot of time in the last few years looking at accessible technology. We've worked very closely with the big technology companies, Apple and Microsoft, and Oracle and Canon, and you name it, to ensure that workplace-related technology is accessible out of the box. And we were very pleased to see that a lot of these companies were very responsive. For the most part, they were not trying to exclude people with disabilities from using their software. They just weren't aware of the issue. And so taking that same model, we worked with several offices within the Department of Transportation, including the Accessible Transportation Technology Research Office initiative on the development of emerging transportation-related technologies. Both technologies that you could include on a regular bus, so that you just had to slap your bus pass down, you didn't have to hand money over, et cetera, like that. But also included wayfinding technologies. A lot of the wayfinding technologies that people are used today actually started in collaboration with the Department of Transportation a decade ago. And that, again, the Department of Transportation still funds that initiative. There are a lot of really cool technologies they are looking at right now, including robot technology. You could have a robot concierge meet you at the airport, for instance, who can take you to the plane, take you through the whole protocol in terms of showing your tickets, et cetera. So if you have, for instance, a cognitive disability and you need the assistance, you don't necessarily have to have a person assist you. The technology can assist you as well. So they're working on a lot of cool technologies like that we very much are trying to promote at the Department of Labor as well. The last few years, and Lindsay's going to talk about this in much greater detail, we've been working with the Department of Transportation and a whole series of national stakeholder groups including technology companies and automobile manufacturers, on ensuring that autonomous vehicles are accessible, again, for people with physical, cognitive, and sensory disabilities. It's a whole range of issues that runs the gamut, anywhere from licensing. Do you need a license if you're in an autonomous vehicle and you're actually not driving it? What about insurance liabilities? How do you make sure that not only the vehicle is accessible, but that the environment to get in and out of the vehicle is accessible? There are many, many issues related to that. And we've been working a few years on that particular issue, and we will probably be working on that issue for the next decade or so. So ODEP's objectives as a whole, but this also relates to our work in transportation. We promote the use of generic programs and supports over disability-only programs. We do not spend much time working on the establishment of disability-specific programs. Instead, we're much more interested in making sure that people with disabilities have the full range of access to generic supports and services that anybody else would have. So for the Department of Labor, we have about 1,500 American Job Centers. We want to make sure that those job centers see people with disabilities as legitimate consumers of their services, that they don't automatically just send them over to rehab, for instance. But each American Job Center needs to be physically and programmatically accessible to all. And so when we work with the Department of Transportation, we do not work, again, to establish new disability-specific programs. We're trying to open up all of the existing programs to include people with disabilities. We find that the bigger bang for the buck, and it makes much more sense for people with disabilities over the long haul. Secondly, we maximize user input into the design and maintenance of employment supports, transportation, healthcare, childcare, the use of technology, et cetera. And I'll go over a little bit of that in a few slides from now to tell you how we're doing that. And then lastly, we promote interagency collaboration at the federal level, which we'd like to transfer to the state and local levels. So for the most part, we believe that the federal government should not be mandating interagency collaboration at the state and local levels unless they're doing the same, right? You can't say for these American Job Centers, you need to collaborate with all these local agencies if we're not also doing the same thing at the federal level. So we want to basically put our money where our mouth is. In this work, we have two assumptions that we're working with that we take for granted and that we want everybody to know about. One is nothing we do, regardless of the budget, how big we are or the leadership we have, will approach the impact that emerging technologies will have on employment and transportation. So things are going to happen, just like the rise of information and communication technology over the last 30 years was to a large extent unanticipated and to a certain extent out of control. That had a bigger impact on employment and transportation than anything the Department of Labor did, or anything really that the Department of Transportation did. It's keeping up with all these technologies is the key point, that we need to be able to jump on these new technologies and work with these new companies to ensure that they design technologies that are accessible and usable by everyone. That leads to the second assumption. So we can have the biggest impact on employment and transportation by nudging those companies, those technology associations, those critical stakeholders that are doing all this cool innovation to be more cognizant of accessibility and universal design. If they're aware of it, they generally respond to it. They see people with disabilities as a key market group, in addition to trying to do what's right and making sure that their technology is usable by all. They see money in it too. And so the more that we interact with Oracle on job application software or Waymo on ensuring that their autonomous vehicles are accessible, or Amazon to make sure that they don't inadvertently exclude people with disabilities in their artificial intelligence use, the more people with disabilities are going to benefit. And the more that they'll be a part of the community, the more they'll be employable and the more that they will work and make money and not have to rely on the service system as tax recipients, but as tax earners. So we start very quickly with all of our work with the federal government. We do not do anything in a vacuum. All of our work, we try to engage with our federal partners because we see overlap everywhere. So if we're working with veterans with disabilities, for instance, we need to make sure that we work with the Veterans Administration, the Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Transportation, which provides a lot of veterans-related transportation services, Social Security, you name the agency, there's overlap there. So that's true on every one of our issues. Technology, we work very closely with the Department of Commerce, for instance, with the Department of Education and with HHS. Transportation, it's not just the Department of Transportation, but HHS provides literally billions of dollars in Medicaid-related transportation and others as well. Housing and urban development, they're responsible for a lot of the infrastructure around transportation. So any work we do in the transportation world has to include HUD. So that's this big puzzle that none of these agencies can work in isolation. They need to work together if we're going to have any impact at all. So you'll see how that results in a lot of our cross-agency work down the road. So again, and the engagement theory we use is it's a concept I got from an old friend at the Department of Transportation who's retired, a guy named Doug Burney. And his theory was that if you want to accomplish anything in terms of major policy work, you don't need a lot of research, you don't need spend a lot of time, you don't need a lot of money. You should use this highly technical principle called BORPSAT. And BORPSAT stands for you get a bunch of the right people to sit around the table. If you have the right people sitting around the table, it doesn't matter what the complexity is around the issue or how difficult it may be to think about policy options. If you have the right people thinking about it, then you're going to be able to accomplish a lot of interesting things. So using that theory, we want to make sure that the people sitting around the table include people with disabilities. So again, a lot of the work with the Department of Transportation is include, how do we best include the people that were most affected? So riders with disabilities in this particular instance, but it could be, users of technology. It could be, veterans who became disabled either in combat or after, et cetera. They have to be involved in the development of the policy. If they're not, whatever policy we developed is going to be short-sighted and limited. Okay, our evolution as an agency, again, we were formed basically in 1990, just around the 10th anniversary of the ADA. More coincidental than anything. But the recommendation to create ODEP came about during that time. ODEP technically started in 2001, and we just reached our 30th anniversary. Our policy office is much more interested in the time between 2020 and 2050, in which we'll reach the 60th anniversary of the ADA. So we're focused, our team especially, on the next 30 years, not the last 30 years. The last 30 years are to be celebrated. The ADA did a lot of wonderful things for people with disabilities, including their employment, their job prospects, the likelihood of them being promoted, the likelihood of them having substantial income throughout the course of their career. But we're really focused on the next 60. If we really focus on, the next 30, if we really focus on the next 30 years of the ADA, we believe that we're going to have a much larger impact than we did in the first 30. So a couple of the ways that we try to include people with disabilities and others is through a online crowdsourcing tool we have called ePolicyWorks. And if you're not familiar with this, I'll describe it briefly, but I would strongly encourage you to go to this. It's an online crowdsourcing platform in which over the last 6 or 7 years, we've conducted more than 60 dialogues on a host of issues, including transportation and employment, several with the Department of Transportation, but with others as well. But on accessible technology, on could be anywhere from nursing mothers to how you work to bring people with back to work from COVID, the COVID pandemic that might have disabilities, and the safety and health issues that are related to that, for women with disabilities, et cetera. It's a full range of different issue areas. Most of them are conducted with other agencies within the Department of Labor. We've also worked with 7 other federal agencies in conducting these dialogues, and we take them very seriously. So what we want, we set up a dialogue, and we propose certain questions that we want ideas, suggestions, comments on other people's ideas, et cetera. And then we take these ideas and then we try to turn them into policy. And we try to let you know what we're doing related to that. So some of the ideas that were engendered through ePolicy Works that came from the disability community actually resulted in new legislation around technology, new legislation around transportation access, new legislation around what states can do to be more inclusive of people with disabilities on the procurement end. So there are lots of sort of cool examples, and you'll see if you go to the site, not only what dialogues are available for you to comment on, but it has a dialogue library in which you can see the reports that were generated that again shows that not only what those ideas were, but how those ideas were used. So that's an ongoing platform that we use and we take very seriously to get additional input. Again, ePolicy Works, if you go to epolicyworks.ideascale.com or you go to epolicyworks.org, it'll take you there as well. You can see what dialogues we have currently up and running, what dialogues that have recently occurred. Right now, our dialogues we have no dialogue up and running related specifically to transportation, but we will again. But you'll be able to see past dialogues on transportation if you go to the dialogue library. And then another initiative that we use in order to be able to impact state policy and local policy is something we call the State Exchange on Employment and Disability, and otherwise known as SEED. And in this initiative, it's interesting because we work very closely with state and local intermediaries, such as listed here, the National Governors Association, the National Conference of State Legislatures, the Council of State Governments are the largest. They're the big 3, but there are several others as well. Women in Government, Western Governors Association, CSG West, Board of Hispanic Caucus Chairs, but many others as well. There's a Lieutenant Governors Association that I'm not even listing here, but we also have branched out. This has been so successful and it has developed so much state policy that would expand employment-related options for people with disabilities that we've now started including local intermediaries like the National Association of Counties, United States Conference of Mayors, the League of Cities, and several others as well. So SEED is basically, the whole idea of it is that if we're trying to impact governor's offices and state legislators primarily. And if I'm a state legislator, I'm much more interested in working with that intermediary that I am a member of, like the National Conference of State Legislatures or the Council of State Governments, than I am basically with the federal government. There are many legislators out there that are very hesitant to work with the federal government for whatever reason. So knowing that, what we do is we work through the intermediaries in which they are the face of the initiative for the state legislator or for the governor's office. We provide all of the background support to the intermediary. So if there's a state legislator out there who wants to develop some transportation legislation that would impact the employment of people with disabilities, we provide the ideas that are then presented by the intermediary to the legislator. We provide some of the language. So if that legislator wants draft language as to what a bill might look like, we can help do that. Working with the intermediaries, we will provide that legislation. We will provide information related to who in that state that legislator might want to engage with in terms of the advocacy community, the transportation community, et cetera. So using that principle, we've been able to, over the last several years, have more than 400 pieces of legislation not only introduced, but passed and signed by the governor and is now law. So a lot of it, for instance, a lot of states have transportation as a priority. They want to know how they should work with their transportation network companies, such as Uber and Lyft, and what are their requirements related to the ADA? Do they have to pick up every person with a disability, et cetera? So a lot of states don't have really good law on that, and so they want to look to what other states are doing. You know, how do we ensure that the Uber or the Lyft will pick up a person with a disability who may have a physical disability, et cetera, and aren't left at the curb? And so there's laws that we have enacted related to that, as one example. So it's a great opportunity we find that states should use in order to be able to advance whatever the legislation that they're interested in related to disability employment. In addition to the legislation, we work very closely with the governor's offices. So we help draft executive orders that the governor may want to put together on the particular issue related to disability employment. Various governors' initiatives, et cetera, joint task forces. We assist with all of that. And so this just gives you a little snapshot of some of the things that we've been able to do over throughout the country in our work with the intermediaries. So using Alaska as an example. So working with our intermediaries, we were able to fashion an intervention of sorts on disability employment, both legislation and governors' initiatives, using several intermediary groups. So the National Governors Association has a learning lab in which they will focus on a particular state, on a particular issue, and provide very intense technical assistance. We were able to arrange that. We've worked with the Council of State Governments West annual meeting that focused on some of the work that Alaska was doing to raise the visibility of the issue with those states that were interested in some of the work that Alaska was able to accomplish. The Women in Government had a whole summer series that included the state of Alaska and was really targeted to women legislators. Over the last 6 years, the number of women legislators has gone up by 1/3. And since there are 7,000 state legislators, that's a lot of legislators out there who are looking for new subject matters, new issues that they could be working on. We very much want them to have transportation and technology and the employment of people with disabilities as issue areas of importance to them. And so, again, we work very closely with the Women in Government and with the Women's Legislative Network to make sure that they have this as possible items on their legislative agenda. The Council of State Government has conducted a number of state visits. Alaska, again, is part of a policy roundtable in which we focus on 5 different states on particular issues related to ensuring, it's getting a little complicated, but that states look at reducing the number of sheltered workshops or eliminate them altogether. And that's one of the issues that Alaska has been working on. And again, National Conference of State Legislatures, Western States Collaborative, it consists of 6 or 7 states, Alaska is one. So we want to include Alaska in all of these. The more that Alaska is included in the work of these various intermediaries, the more good things would happen. And so I would encourage, Louisiana to be one of those states in which we really focus. We've done a little bit of work in Louisiana, but really not as intensively as we have in some of the other states. And so if Louisiana is interested in working on the development of new legislation, on possible governor's initiatives, et cetera, in conjunction with all of these other states involved with all of these intermediaries, would strongly encourage that. And one transportation related example I'll give you is we work very closely with Senator Becky Massey of Tennessee, who has definitely been a seed champion. She gets it. She understands disability issues. She cares. And because when we first met her, she did a lot of interesting things. Disability and employment were not those things. It's just no one had really come to her with that, to try to see whether she would be interested in working in that area to help benefit people with disabilities, job seekers, or employees with disabilities. She became interested in that issue when she first met with us. Since then, she's actually drafted lots of bills, passed lots of legislation. But the most recent, I think, was the most significant, which is she created a piece of legislation and advocated for its passage, and it was passed and it was signed by the governor of Tennessee, that created an Office of Accessible Transportation within their state DOT. It did a number of things, but it included an advisory committee of stakeholders that are both transportation experts, on various components of transportation and disability, including access to work-related transportation. But she also made sure that we included the aging community, because a lot of the people with disabilities, a lot of the aging community have disabilities. They don't necessarily think about that, but they have disabilities. If you can't make use of a public transportation because you can't get up, the steps of a bus because you use a wheelchair or because you're older and have difficulty, you still have a disability. But this advisory group includes both people with disabilities who are younger and the aging community, and they really want to include riders with disabilities. And then the most important component of this, I think, is they regularly advise the legislature, including a joint committee on transportation, as well as the governor's office and several state agencies, on way to ensure the accessibility of their services on an ongoing basis. So it's a really cool infrastructure event that will have longer impact that will benefit people with disabilities. So I've gone on long enough. I'm going to turn it over to Lindsay now, who's going to describe some of our more recent work on autonomous vehicles and clean energy, et cetera. Take it away, Lindsay.
All right, thanks, Mike. Well, hi, everybody. My name is Lindsay Teal, and I work on Mike's team at the U.S. Department of Labor's Office of Disability Employment Policy. And my issue that I work on primarily is accessible transportation to work. So good, we are already on the next slide. Thanks, Mike. So basically, if you think about transportation and its role in employment, think about job software. So job application software. When they first started coming out, these companies that were building job application software were not thinking about job seekers who are using screen readers or job seekers using speech to text input. And so ODEP has been able to work with these companies over the years to engage them, to let them know about user needs so that they can then build in accessibility. And folks like me, I'm visually impaired, and I also use a screen reader. So folks like me and folks like my coworker who uses Dragon Naturally Speaking can use our assistive technologies to apply for jobs. So basically, just as inaccessible job application software is a barrier to applying for jobs, so is a lack of accessible transportation. So next slide, please. All right, excellent. So I love the way the U.S. Department of Transportation describes this complete trip model of viewing transportation. A former boss at the Department of Transportation used to say, how do you get from your bed to your desk? We basically would look at it as a chain of steps that if any step in this process is not accessible, you're not going to get where you're going. And so the way the U.S. Department of Transportation looks at the complete trip is like this. A person's travel is comprises the availability. Okay, hang on one second. Okay, that was the wrong slide. Can we go to the complete trip slide, please? There we go. Okay, there we go. Perfect.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. No worries. A person's travel comprises a chain of steps. So it begins with an often spontaneous decision to make a trip. And so spontaneous is the key word there. Many of you on this that are participating in this session today are probably paratransit users if you're anything like me. And, you know, there is no spontaneous aspect of paratransit. We have to plan our lives in advance. So, so often the travel chain begins with a spontaneous decision to make a trip. And then it goes through planning an itinerary and traversing the built environment and its transportation network. So that's with or without a vehicle. Many of us are not able to use a vehicle. As Mike said, there's 25.5 million Americans with a travel limiting disability. So navigating streets, intersections, facilities, and stops to the destination safely and efficiently. And then I love this quote from the U.S. Department of Transportation. The complete trip is the realization that if any part of the trip making chain is broken, the trip cannot be completed and an opportunity is lost. So if you look at the complete trip as the journey, essentially, like my former boss used to say, from your bed to your desk, if a sidewalk is inaccessible, if there's construction going on that prevents you from getting to your train station, or if, for example, bus stops are not showing up in your wayfinding software, for example, if Google Maps or Apple Maps doesn't identify where the bus stop is, you're not going to get where you're going and that opportunity is lost. Okay, so next slide, please. There might be a little bit of lag time. There we go. Oh, is that the next slide after the complete trip? Okay, we're gonna go with it.
It is the next slide. I'm sorry, there is a lag. I don't know why.
Okay. Leveraging new transportation technologies. Absolutely. So again, as many of you know, because if you are a person with a disability, you are likely using paratransit service. But as you know, traditional paratransit doesn't always serve and meet all of our needs as people with disabilities. But there are a lot of cool transportation innovations going on right now that are going to make our lives a whole lot easier. Some of them are currently available and some of them are being worked on for future deployment. And a report in 2017 by the Ruderman Family Foundation and Securing America's Future Energy found that widespread deployment of accessible automated vehicles would lead to 2 million more Americans with disabilities being able to pursue job opportunities. So that was really exciting. And we decided, okay, what can we do to work with industry and our federal partners and other stakeholder groups to make this accessible automated vehicle deployment a reality? So next slide, please. I think we're just waiting on the lag time to.
Yeah, I am sorry. I don't know why it's not.
No worries.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, so as Mike has already talked about, ODEP as a non-regulatory agency, one of our best offerings is the fact that we are the chief collaborator for disability employment for the federal government. And so we identified all of the partners that needed to be working together on automated vehicle accessibility and put together this ecosystem that you can see in the slide. And if you're visually impaired like me, I can describe it for you. So the automated vehicle ecosystem, it basically includes our federal agency partners, such as the Department of Transportation, other federal partners, in addition to the disability advocacy groups, American Association of People with Disabilities, who you heard from earlier with Maria Town, and the United Spinal Association, National Federation of the Blind, and others, as well as the research community. So folks from Carnegie Mellon University and University of Buffalo, University of Michigan, all of the folks that are working in transportation research, especially around people with disabilities, in addition to the industry. So there's a lot of innovators out there that are trying to solve for accessibility and trying to come up with better ways of moving people and goods. So this ecosystem basically shows all of the different players that we've engaged since 2017 to raise awareness of the need to build accessible vehicles that those of us with disabilities can use to get to work. So next slide. Excellent. Okay. So outcomes from our engagement with the U.S. Department of Transportation. Over the last 4 years, we have worked with leadership at the Department of Transportation to influence the way they are looking at automated vehicles and considering the needs of future users of automated vehicles. And part of that included, I actually spent a year there on detail working with the Office of the Secretary of Transportation to influence the funding opportunities that they put out, as well as just their thinking around transportation and the degree to which it's accessible for people with disabilities. So as I've mentioned, we were able to build a coalition of federal partners, researchers, industry innovators, and disability advocacy groups, as well as older adult advocacy groups like the AARP, to basically bring everyone to the table, like Mike said, WarpStat, bring the right people to the table, and raise the awareness of the issue and the priority of the issue. And so there were a couple of things that happened as a result of this engagement. So the automated driving systems 2.0, a vision for safety, included a section on accessibility for passengers with disabilities. And then the next 2 iterations of that policy guidance from USDOT, including preparing for the future of transportation, automated vehicles 3.0, in addition to ensuring American leadership and automated vehicle technologies, or AV 4.0, which came out last year, all included progressively more information about people with disabilities and their needs, and the need to design AVs that would meet those needs. So we were really pleased to be a part of engaging with DOT to have those come about. And next slide. I'm not going to wait for the slide to show up, because we basically, I can continue to discuss the outcomes of working with USDOT. So one thing I was really pleased to be able to work on while on detail at DOT was the Inclusive Design Challenge. What that was is, it's actually ongoing. It's a $5 million challenge, similar to, I don't know if you guys ever heard of the DARPA self-driving car challenge that was back in the, before like 2010. Basically it's a $5 million challenge. They picked 10 semifinalists in the first phase of the project, and then they're going to pick 3 finalists. The grand prize is $1 million. I believe the second place is $750,000, and the third place is $300,000, to basically incentivize the development of features that will make automated vehicles work for those of us with disabilities. So what does that mean? It means a really innovative ramp and lift technology to get wheelchair users from the pavement into the vehicle and secure them in an automated way where they're not having to fasten their own seat belt or do anything that their mobility might limit. What does it mean for folks who are visually impaired like myself? It means, how do you even find the vehicle? If you are blind or visually impaired and you are a user of Uber or Lyft or Via, a lot of us, you know, when you're trying to find your vehicle, it's really difficult to either identify a license plate or to, you know, sometimes you can't see the color of the car. Sometimes there's 5 cars in a row that are a black Toyota Camry and you have no idea which one is yours. And so this technology that we're trying to incentivize to be built would help users connect to the correct vehicle, get in the vehicle, enter their destination information, secure themselves and any mobility equipment in the vehicle. For folks with cognitive disabilities, it's confirming that you're in the right vehicle and that you've reached the correct destination, exiting the vehicle, and then wayfinding to the front door of your destination. So again, it's that complete trip. It's looking at all of the different parts of that trip chain and making sure each one is accessible to future automated vehicle passengers with disabilities. So that's the Inclusive Design Challenge. I was also able to help DOT work on a department-wide accessibility strategic plan, which came out last year, 2020. And then another fun thing is that they launched a $1 million university transportation center that is doing a study currently called Implications of Accessible Automated Vehicles and Mobility Services for People with Disabilities. So I was really proud to be able to work on the grant, writing the funding opportunity announcement, as well as helping to select the finalists. So that is a summary of our work with DOT to date. And next slide, please. Great. So as you all know, we are in a new administration now, and there are new priorities. Automated vehicles have kind of taken a backseat to electric vehicles. So as you all know, this administration has prioritized climate change, but also tied in the economic recovery, getting Americans back to work, and also equity. So accessibility, which was a focus of the previous administration, has now come under a broader umbrella of equity for not just people with disabilities, but that intersectionality. So people of color and low-income individuals. So it's a broader equity lens that accessibility falls under now. Next slide, please. So the next slide before it shows up here is going to show the policy that the new administration is basically identifying their priorities in. So 2020, the Biden campaign plan had a plan for clean energy. And as I said, it also, in addition to having a climate change focus, also had a very prominent jobs focus. And then in January 2021, the president's first day in office, he issued a bunch of executive orders. A couple of them were tackling the climate crisis and also advancing equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. And so that's basically every federal agency has to report back to the White House what we're doing to advance equity. And then March 2021, the American Jobs Plan, which I'm sure you all, as we are tracking closely, the infrastructure deal. We're really excited to see what happens with that. And then just about 4 weeks ago, the president issued an executive order on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in the federal workforce. So we were really pleased to see that the president had included not only a diversity, equity, and inclusion lens, but also an accessibility lens. So these are all communicating to the American people as well as the federal agencies that the president is directing that we will be focused on equity and advancing inclusion of all people no matter if they have a disability, if they're a person of color, if they are LGBTQ+, or what identities they identify as. So next slide, please. Excellent. So one of the cool things that we've started working on, in addition to our transportation work, is called Inclusive Clean Energy Jobs. And so we've been engaging the Department of Energy, the Environmental Protection Agency, again, the U.S. Department of Transportation, think tanks, as well as unions. As you hear the president often say, you know, he wants to expand the number of good paying union jobs. That's the words you hear him say frequently. So we've been engaging unions to see how they're being inclusive and proactive about including people with disabilities in their ranks. We also were excited to see that the president created a new Office of Energy Jobs at the U.S. Department of Energy. And they are looking at all the Department of Energy contracts to see how they can build in labor standards aimed at inclusive hiring. And then the Department of Energy also has some great seed funding available to start some cool new projects. And we're also working with the Office of Community Revitalization at the Environmental Protection Agency. There's a lot of interest in these agencies to work on how can we make sure that everyone benefits from the economic recovery as we transition from a fossil fuel economy to a clean energy economy. There is also a focus on apprenticeships. And so our office is beginning to look at how do we include people with disabilities in clean energy apprenticeships. And finally, our office is conducting an ecosystem scan for further influencer engagement. So who all is working in this clean energy job space? Who all is working in unions and engaging unions to understand their attempts to be inclusive. So, so that is a summary of ODEP's work on transportation and how we are shifting with the new administration priorities and making sure that people with disabilities are going to be able to participate in the economic recovery as we transition to a clean energy economy. We are thrilled to be here with you guys. Thank you so much for having us. And I will turn it over to Jamar for any questions.
Wow, great information shared, and I'm pretty sure I speak for a lot of us. We did not know a lot of the inner workings, and we have a great appreciation for what you do on a national level. So let's look in the chats for questions. Can anyone from GODA staff verify if there are any questions in the YouTube feed that I may have overlooked?
Hey, Jamar, this is Bambi. I can check on that. Also, if we can ask our panelists to turn on their cameras so we can, as we answer those questions. And I think I've pasted most of them into the chat within Zoom.
Okay.
So one of the questions is, for Lana, you had answered this in the chat, but we can answer it for everyone. Will transportation be available on the North Shore?
So when the RTA was originally formed back in the early 80s, it was intended to be a regional transit. But it also, when the legislation was written, it allowed local governments to opt out. And the only partners thus far that is part of the RTA is Kenner and New Orleans. Now, we're not opposed to branching out. We just need to work with the various governmental entities and stakeholders, community stakeholders, to make it a viable win-win relationship for all of us.
And Lana, if I understand correctly from previous conversations, RTA has the authority, the statewide authority, correct? It's just the operations that have to.
So we are the regional transit authority for, I think, the 6 parish region. So from Jefferson, St. Bernard, and I believe St. Tammany. I'm not sure about the one that's just on the other side is St. John or St. Charles. I'm not sure, just on the other side of Kenner. I'm not sure if we have authority to go that far.
Okay. And then we had another question. Can you comment on how the independent living centers might improve transit access by collaborating between ACL, the U.S. Department of Labor, and I should say ACL, that is the
Administration for Community Living.
Community living, and agencies like vocational rehabilitation to get folks who do not drive to job sites in the coming year?
I'll take that. I mean, that's the Coordinating Council on Access and Mobility includes all of those sub-agencies. And it's one of the issues, you know, that they have been dealing with over, honestly, the last decade. SILs can play an even larger role than they're already playing. And I know they're already playing a significant role at the local level because they understand what's available locally. You know, they know that it may look good on paper, but it doesn't in real life. There may be a waiting list, et cetera. So much of it is a local. I mean, the solutions, again, are local because the national policy couldn't anticipate exactly what's going on, you know, with a SIL and its neighboring partners, that type of thing. What we want to do is to make sure that we have the funding available, that all of the agencies know how to share their resources. So for instance, if there's a van that is going toward a VA hospital for a person who's a veteran, and you don't want that van just passing other people who could also benefit from that ride just because they're limited to the VA services, et cetera. So we're trying to get agencies to share services as much as possible so that all people can get rides when they need to, especially in the rural areas. But again, right now, what I would do is I would, you know, contact Nickel or you know, the national CIL reps and then see to make sure that they raise it within the Coordinating Council on Access and Mobility.
I see we have a follow-up question for Lana. Who or how can those of us on the North Shore help to get this topic on the table?
I would probably start with my local elected officials. So that would be my city council person to figure out, and my mayor to figure out how what transit services are provided today and whether or not they would want to opt into the RTAs. You know, I wrote it down. The services the RTA is provided. I wrote it down, and you know, now that I understand that at least one person has asked, I'm going to go back to my planners as well as my CEO to figure out what that might look like from our end. I'm relatively new to transit, so I apologize for not understanding the how, but you know, it's an issue. You brought it up. I'm going to figure out how to address it.
And Bambi, can I answer? James Mitchell had a great question on AI, AV. So he said we can put a rover on Mars and it gets around just fine, but there's no one to hit up there. Would you trust autonomous vehicles to stop if you are standing in a crosswalk? I don't even trust cars with driving. And that's actually a great question. But you have to remember, for autonomous vehicles, even though there have been instances in the news in which people have been struck and killed by autonomous vehicles, or more likely drivers that were in autonomous vehicles were killed because it didn't recognize something for being what it was, that it's still the safest driver in the world, right? Autonomous vehicles, unlike real drivers, learn, right? So there have been instances in which an autonomous vehicle ran into a truck that was white. It was a very cloudy day, a very white background, and a white truck went in front of this autonomous vehicle. The autonomous vehicle did not recognize it as being separate from the cloud, and it plowed into the truck and killed the driver, or the rider in this case. That has subsequently been corrected. So now it does a better job identifying that vehicle as different than those clouds. So that's the LiDAR technology that's used to identify has gotten better and better and better. So it doesn't mean it's perfect. I mean, what even the Department of Transportation is saying that there will be a 94% reduction in vehicle deaths and accidents when autonomous vehicles are on the road completely. That's not 100%, 6% will still exist, but 94% is significant, right? And so it's not a perfect system, but it's a much better system. And I'll give you one really quick example. So I was in Detroit at the Michigan Autonomous Driving Research Facility, and we were taking an autonomous vehicle that was in bus form for a ride through the street, and it stopped, and we didn't know why it stopped. And it stopped. Turned out that there was a can of Coke that was on the side of the road, and the vehicle did not identify what that was, right? And by the time it identified it as non-threatening, then we got going again, et cetera. So it's learning the system. So that's something that it then learns and then factors into the process. So it's very interesting way it works, but it's still much safer than a human will ever be.
If I could also add to that, to answer the individual's question that asked about safety of automated vehicles, just to build on what Mike already said. So unless you work in this space, you might not know that there are 5 levels of automation, and the Society of Automotive Engineers came up with these levels. Level 0 has no automation. Level 1 and 2 is automated driver assist. Advanced driver assist. And so things like Tesla that you hear about a lot in the news are actually, they are human-driven vehicles with advanced driver assist systems in them that kind of assist the driver, but it's not very well known that someone like me who's visually impaired cannot get behind the wheel of a Tesla and let it drive me somewhere to my destination. You still have to be a licensed driver, and that driver assist technology can assist you in getting somewhere. But future automated vehicles, levels 4 and 5, will not require the presence of a human driver and will be like someone like me or someone who is autistic or someone who's a wheelchair user will not be required to intervene in the driving task. Like Mike said, there's not a lot of deployments out there right now of automated vehicles that are levels 4 and 5. The Google self-driving car company Waymo has a deployment in the Phoenix area, and they have a self-driving fleet of robo-taxis that pick people up, but it's pretty much a test phase right now. In addition to Cruise, the company backed by General Motors, they have a fleet that is that's driving around in San Francisco. But the technology is, we're not quite at a time when all of us can just get on our phones and summon a self-driving car. But just keep in mind those levels of automation. When you hear news stories, a lot of times about a self-driving car, it's not a self-driving car. It's actually a car with safety features that are supposed to aid and assist the driver, not replace the driver.
Thanks, Lindsay. Jamar, do you have the next question? I see that John posed a question that says the University of South Florida Engineering Group did some cool stuff with wayfinding and transit navigation feedback to visually impaired passengers. It was called TAD, Transportation Assistive Devices. Do you have any feedback on that, Michael or Lindsay? I don't know if that's
There's so much wayfinding technology that's going around right now. So if they're not already tied into the ATRI, the Accessible Transportation Technology Research Initiative at the Department of Transportation, I would strongly encourage them to do that, because they not only fund wayfinding technology research, they also, make sure that people are aware of different options and can get any wayfinding technology kind of in the network of use. So ATRI is definitely the primary contact at DOT for that. And there's another real quick question about AV. Will it be allowed to be introduced if it's not accessible? And so there are different options. Chances are, again, as Lindsay always says, when AV is rolled out in a significant way, it's not going to be through private vehicles as much as through public transportation, through shared vehicles. So either it will be technology, it'll be a ride that's provided by your transportation authority, like GODA, or it will be through a subscription service like Lyft or Uber, that type of thing too. The great likelihood is that some of it will be accessible, some of it may not. So the public transportation will almost assuredly be accessible. So there will be vehicles in the transportation network world, like Uber and Lyft, in which they will provide accessible vehicles if you need it. But if you don't need it, they're not going to provide accessible vehicles. So it'll be a mix. But there will be accessible AVs, and we're absolutely committed to it.
And so, Michael and Lindsay, with you guys being from the Department of Labor and then dealing with transportation, it seems like what we have struggled for over the past 5 years, that I guess it's 5.5 years now that Governor Edwards has been in office, which we have been in this position, is in regards to the complexity of both of those systems. We talked about the American Job Centers and the complexity of all those different programs within those centers. And then when you talk about Department of Transportation, and you have all these different systems that you have to work through and navigate and bring together. So just on what advice would you give us in regards to the work that we're trying to do at the local level to make a difference? Because we just struggle to find something to grab onto and then make something that's meaningful for people with disabilities.
So I can take the first stab at that if possible. This is Lindsay. So I would say that the state of Ohio has an excellent model of collaboration between their Department of Labor and Department of Transportation. And they have an initiative called Drive Ohio. I would encourage you to look up if possible. They've got a lot of collaboration between those two agencies. I would also say if you are an employee of the Louisiana Department of Transportation or Department of Labor, don't be afraid to reach out and make connections at your sister agencies. Set up a weekly or monthly catch-up call or Teams meeting where you just kind of talk about what each of you are doing and see if there's any potential for collaboration. That's one thing that we've done with the U.S. Department of Transportation for our automated vehicle work, and then our Department of Energy and Environmental Protection Agency partners for the clean energy jobs work. Definitely break down those silos where you can, reach out, have a monthly meeting, like I said, and see where there's ways that you can proactively integrate some of your work and collaborate to find those solutions that kind of get out the outcomes you're looking for.
And this is Mike, I will add to that. I mean, So the federal government is not like always the best example when it comes to collaboration. I mean, there's a lot of silo work that goes on in the federal government, and a lot of localities do great jobs of collaborating. A lot of times it's through the individual personalities of the workers, basically, and the constituents. And the problem is that varies almost wildly by locality, right? There, you can be in one county or a parish in Louisiana that does a great job, and one county over, they do a terrible job. And again, it all comes down to leadership and personality. Through SEED, that I had mentioned before, the State Exchange on Employment Disability, what's nice about that initiative is it does try to share what we consider to be exemplary processes and protocols, et cetera, that maybe the governor's office or a legislator can try to create some type of infrastructure that requires the collaboration. So just as Becky Massey did in Tennessee with the creation of that accessibility office within the Department of Transportation, that requires, in essence, that several state agencies receive input from aging communities and communities representing people with disabilities. So it requires some degree of collaboration that really didn't exist before. So the extent that can be something that's promoted and valued at the state level, and then highlight those counties and parishes, et cetera, that do a good job, and give them credit and give them love, and basically make sure that others hear about that, I think is a good strategy.
And Bambi, if I can jump in here, that one of the comments in the chat was about curb cuts and level boarding and sidewalks in Baton Rouge. And some of the state roads, the DOT is responsible for. And the DOT in New Orleans area is currently working on the project to do some ADA accessibility. However, I don't know if the local transit agencies have to be brought in early in the process when the idea is being designed, because then we could collaborate on making sure that the stops are integrated into ADA accessible. Now, sure, DOT's funding is strapped, the local agencies and the local cities' fundings are strapped, but collectively, perhaps there's a way we can solve the problem one time and for ADA accessibility for all, and come out with a winnable product if we're at the table before the engineer is hired, before the design firm is hired, while it's still an idea in someone's mind, and we can get the right scope. But that takes time, and like Michael said, it's somewhat leader and personality driven. But if we're brought in at the table early on, we can get a real great scope of work that is minimal impact on the end result as it relates to cost.
Thanks, Lana. And Bo Ellerby, who is our co-chair for the Transportation Committee for the Governor's Advisory Council on Disability Affairs, has a question.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Michael and Lindsay, I was wondering, we meet quarterly. Would there be a way that you guys could join our quarterly meetings to give us updates on new developments, and also to just open that line of dialogue?
No, absolutely. And so it depends on the particular issue that you're talking about, but we would love to do that. And we would love to include some of our federal partners in those discussions. So yes, we enjoy it. And again, SEED is a great resource for, those policymakers at the state level that wanted to do some interesting things. And so, yes, absolutely, always.
I mean, I had no clue of some of the information you guys shared today. That's really interesting. So I look forward to working with you guys in the future.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Jamar, you want to close? If Jamar, you having some technical issues? Okay, well, it seems that Jamar's having some technical issues, but is any of our panelists, do you have any closing thoughts or anything you want to share before we close out?
No, I just want to say thank you, for the invite. It's been great. We love Louisiana. Invite us down. Always like to go to Louisiana and get out of Washington, D.C. But we appreciate, honestly, all the good work that you're doing, and we want to learn from you. Just as, hopefully have you learn from us.
And thank you so much. And I love going to DC. So I right now just love to go anywhere. Hopefully we can get past this virus and start traveling and interacting. But we learned how to do this conference virtually, which has brought in great people like you to be able to share, and really thank you guys for sharing all this information. We're gonna definitely utilize some of this information to move some of our efforts forward. And just thank you all again. And just to close out the conference, I want to thank everyone for their attendance. I don't know if Lillian and Melanie can turn on their camera. Maybe they will be very mad at me for, oh, Melanie, you look great, Melanie, at the end of a 4-day conference. I'm not sure if Lillian is there, but Lillian looks like she's there. Her picture looks like she's still. Hey, Lillian. Just want to thank the three of them. We've gotten such great feedback on the conference, and it is because of their great work and commitment. This is a big lift, and they just did it effortlessly, it seemed at times, although there was a lot of effort. And so just thank you guys. And also thanks to all of our presenters who volunteered their time and talents and knowledge to this conference. The conference will be, all of the video recordings of the conference will be on our YouTube channel, which is the Governor's Office of Community Programs. Everything through yesterday is on there now, so you can go and look at it, and we'll be sending out follow-up information. And thanks to Deaf Focus and our interpreters for providing quality interpreting throughout the conference. We appreciate the collaboration with you guys. Is there anything else that I'm missing, staff?
I think you covered it all, Bambi.
Okay, thank you guys. Everyone have a great weekend and stay safe.